ガンダム1号機フルバーニアム行きます。
Those who continue fighting every single day.
I stand up to cancer for my family.
I stand up to cancer for the friends and family that have had to fight to live.
I stand up to cancer
to honor those we've lost and to help support those who are still fighting.
To give families and friends that opportunity to spend as much time together as they can.
I fundraise for Stand Up to Cancer as a survivor of cancer myself.
For my uncle, for my friends, to make the world a better place.
And my fellow stand-up builders.
We are standing up to cancer.
Because cancer almost took my life, but I'm still standing.
It's my dream that no one else has to go through what they went through.
That's why I'm standing up to cancer.
Because it has affected so many people that I love.
Because as a survivor, I want to give hope and a voice to other survivors.
Because its scourge can and will be stopped in our lifetime.
Because cancer sucks.
I stand up to cancer for survivors like me.
In honor of some of my mom's dear friends.
For my mom, for my grandmom.
For those that are just diagnosed.
For those who don't have anyone to fight for them.
And I stand up to cancer for my late grandmother, Mary.
For family members who had unfortunately lost their battle to cancer.
And our community who either have fought or are still fighting.
I hope you'll join me this August
to stand up to cancer.
We are doing our part
and build hope through the power of science.
Please help us raise money to fight this terrible disease.
Let's help end cancer.
I hope you join me and the rest of the builders as we stand up to cancer together.
I will be building Lego, but I will also be building hope.
Together we can make a difference.
Together we stand up to cancer.
Hello everybody, welcome to, wait, hang on, am I dropping frames? Oh shit. Okay, I think we're okay, I think we're stable. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. We're seeing some spikes in terms of, I don't know what happened there, but I think we're stable now. But yeah, I've been having a lot of technical difficulties before our stream started, but now I think we're okay. Oh my god, okay, I think it's okay now. I think we're okay now. Yeah, it looks okay. Frame rate looks stable. But I just wanna make sure that we're good. Yeah, I think we're okay. Hang on, yeah, I have a little bit of tech difficulties, but welcome in everybody. Welcome into stream number 2 of Stand Up Builders. Let's freaking go, and thank you Resin Cloud for a 5 stream streak. That's pretty awesome. What the heck? Yeah. Alright, so today we're gonna aim to raise $400 by the end of this week. So we surpassed our original goal of $200. I think we smashed that last night, and very grateful for everybody for who donated. And it's really good. It's really good. There's lots of hype. And the Flaming Hills, how are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Just a little bit tired from volunteering to clean up the beach yesterday. So we cleaned up the beach. We cleaned up a lot of trash yesterday, which is pretty awesome. But I'm still a bit tired. But yeah, and then I was also scrambling to get rid of as many technical difficulties that I've had as possible. But I think we're okay now. I don't know if it's a bit dark. Let me just adjust it a little bit. But I hope you're doing great. I hope you're doing great. So yes, I think the team already raised like what, 60,000. We raised over $60,000 dollars. I think we already unlocked a different milestone prize. I think. Let me see. Let me see if I can go back here, because I think there's like a new prize that just got announced. Let me just see. I think I know where it is. I just have to check what was unlocked. I think they unlocked a $100 gift card, and now we unlocked see, custom figures. Yes, there's some custom figure prizes from minifigs.me. I think there's some Lego minifigs that you have a chance to win if you donate at least $10. So very excited for that stuff. Yeah, so we already unlocked 2 milestone prizes. I think the next one's gonna be at $66,000 for a team-wide donation. So very excited about that. Okay, let's see. Let's see if I can fix my my webcam here. Let's see, is it overhead? Default, right? The overhead cam. I think it's webcam. Default. Okay. I just need to adjust the lighting. I have to do it manually because I've had technical difficulties. But let's see if we can increase the brightness. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think that's good enough. Okay. Cancel. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Okay, so yes, few new things actually before we continue. First of all, yes, we made some changes. We made some changes to some of the incentives you can get when you donate through the Tiltify link that's linked in the chat. So I increased the number of drawing commissions from the bust up to 2 more slots. So 2 slots were already redeemed in the last stream. So if you use the link that's pinned in the chat on both Twitch and on YouTube, you will be able to I think you can reserve a commission slot for drawing an original character of your choice from the bust up. So I added 2 more slots. However, there's also slots still that's not yet claimed for a half body shot for a drawing commission. So yes, go check out the link. Go check out the link in the chat to find out more. So that's number 1. Number 2 is let's see. Yes, we have milestone goals. We have milestone goals now. Some new milestone goals because we raised the the goal, our next goal. So we reached $300. I am going to eat ice cream with hot sauce in it. Holy shit. So if you reach $300 total, and then let's see, I think it's a caramel ice cream, and then we're gonna have like, what do you call that? Caramel ice cream, and then with Frank's red hot sauce where you put that shit on everything. So that's number 1. Number 2 is if we reach $400, which is our current goal, I will live learn how to dance Soda Pop from K-pop Demon Hunters. That's gonna be very difficult for me because I'm not used to choreographed dancing. So very excited for that shit. And then let's see. I made some incentives cheaper too. So yeah, if you want to unlock a Twitch channel point redeem, I lowered it to $2. So any channel point redeem that's paused right now, I think there's a lot of channel point redeems that are paused. So if you look here, like Lisa from Genshin, that's a popular one. APT, that's another popular one. I think Twin Buster Rifle, that's another popular one. But if you redeem that incentive for $2, I will unlock that channel point redeem. And I think I made it cheaper too for a quick sketch for like 5 minutes, and then what else? I don't know. I forgot what I think I made a few things cheaper. And then we also have Filipino snacks too, the usual Filipino snacks. Hug body pillow for 5 minutes, the usual ones. So very excited about that stuff. So yeah, let's do this. Yeah, let's freaking do this.
Let's do this.
Not even close.
Oh yeah, let's freaking do this, y'all. So part 2. Can we get to 400? Can we get to 400? Let's find out. Okay, let's see. So today I think we were building. Get the hell out of there. Yes, we were building RX-78 Gundam 2.0 real grade kit. I think these are the only things that we built so far. So the main torso, a bit of the core fighter, and then this piece that I cut prematurely, but we'll get to that later. These are the only stuff that we built so far. Holy shit. Wait, did I forget to get the nub container again? God damn it. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, we're back. Okay, I forgot to get the nub container. Get all the nubs, all the fancy schmancy nubs. Yeah, holy crap. Can't believe I almost had to cancel stream today because of technical difficulties after I announced it on my socials. That's okay. I think we got most of the technical difficulties out of the way. It's I think for you guys it's fine. It's just that I can't do any camera controls right now, but I think we don't really need it right now. I think we're fine. I think we should be able to continue on. Let's see. Yeah, I had to roll back my streamer.bot because I think streamer.bot had a new update, version 1.7 that came out. I think it came out like yesterday. I updated it, and then none of my shit was working. None of the channel point readings were working, so I had to roll it back to the previous version, and then now everything is back to normal again. So I'm glad that that's resolved. Glad that that's out of the way. Okay, but yeah, let's continue on with the shit. Let's see. I hope everybody's having a wonderful start of their weekend. So let's see. Let's get started. Okay. Let's see. So we got the parts here. I think what did we leave off last time? I think we finished off the first 2 pages of this model kit, right? We finished it off, and then I think we've finished up to this point. Yes, we finished up to here. Yeah, we finished up to here, and now we gotta go. I feel like I need a. Is there a way to lower the resolution on my OBS monitor so I can see chat more often? I don't know. I'll think about it later. For now, we just stick with this. Okay, so this one, A19 and A30. Okay, yeah, I think as I mentioned the previous stream that the color separation for this kit is pretty good. So for the most part, you're probably not gonna need a lot of the stickers because it's probably going to look redundant anyway. But if I need to paint it again, maybe I'll have to do it off stream. But for now, I think it's fine, I guess. Let's see. We can just continue on to this stuff, right? Okay, let's see. Okay. I think my OBS is still good. Yeah, not sure what's going on. Why my frames are dropping. Okay, we're ads on Twitch. Okay, let's continue on. Oh shit. Okay, maybe we'll stick to streamer.bot chat there. I think this A19. Yeah, we got A19. Whoops. So where are we now? I think we are here. We're at this point right now. And I'm going to hit A32. A32 is this one, right? Okay, I think that's good enough. Oh wait, I put it in the wrong place. There we go. Okay, does it look like? Okay, we're just cutting off the nubs. Okay. see. Oh, there it is. Let's see. I think I'm gonna use the same trick that Feel Good MDTV was using. And that's to get the. There we go. And I'm supposed to put it like that. I think it's supposed to be the tail fin of the fighter, right? And then we're supposed to insert it like this. There we go. That. Yeah, it kind of looks like that. Yeah, it looks correct. And then we have to do 825 and 824. 825. Oh, the red parts. Okay. So they look like the back fins of the tail fighter, of the core fighter, I think. Let's see. Cut it like that. Yes! Hello Wolfstar, welcome back! How's it going? Good to see you. How was stream today? I think you were streaming today, right? I think you were playing some gamings. But welcome in. Let me just give you a proper shouty. Yeah, dude. I was freaking out today because I had some technical difficulties on my on OBS, but now it seems to be okay now. You guys follow Amazing Wolf Star 98, longtime friend though. The channel plays a lot of Marvel Rivals and other games too. So. Oh, you're just chatting, okay. Oh, but I hope you're doing great. What were you chatting about? But I hope you're having a wonderful start of your weekend. Let's see. Is this 825, right? 825. 825 is supposed to look like that. Okay, I see. There we go. Yeah, how you doing? Welcome in. So we're trying to we can raise 400. So we set a new goal for the fundraiser. Okay. It was stream an old project. Okay. Book. Oh, cool. Oh, it's like a novel. It's like a fantasy novel. Is it fiction? Is it is it erotic fan fiction with Hanako in it?
Oh yes, daddy.
But yeah, I think I have a friend who's also been wanting to do fan fiction too. But how is it? You wish? You know, maybe it's a good idea to maybe write a fan fiction of Hanako and then put it in her Discord or something. But nah, just kidding. She's gonna kill me. But I don't know. But anyway, what's it about? What's your book about? Oh my god. I'm just trying to do. Yeah, medieval post-magic era. Oh, medieval stuff. Yeah, I love medieval stories. It's pretty cool. Like I used to watch all these medieval shows all the time. And yeah, that's so cool. Like a medieval, like a fantasy type of novel, which is nice. Oh, how we doing, Mr. Minio? Doing good. Yeah, we actually, dude. I almost canceled stream today because I had problems with streamer.bot. But oh, you got the gigantic Haman-sama. But let me give you a shouty, Mr. Neo. Guys, follow me using Neo Lavos. Plays a lot of really cool games like Pummels, and then Pummel Party, and then also plays a lot of racing games like Gran Turismo, and then Forza as well, and then used to play Helldivers. But how are you doing, my guy? Are you all set for the move? Because I know you're moving to a new place. Dude, I couldn't stop watching that clip when you reset the mission with Blob. I couldn't stop watching that clip. Dude, create a world and read what I did right and need to change a lot to continue. Okay. character. That's cool. That's cool. So you're just rewriting some stuff. Yeah, I feel like character development is very important in terms of writing. So yeah, I think it's very important because you don't want to leave out like the side characters, right? I think I've seen that mistake in Super Sentai. Yeah, so yeah, give them like a good backstory or give them good character development. I think Baldur's Gate does a really good job in terms of character development, although it's a very big universe, right? Only thing is everything's in French. Parlez-vous français? Okay, there we go. Yeah. I'm guessing it's Canadian French, right? Not the French. How's it going, my guy? Yeah, if you want me to draw Haman-sama, you got two choices. Either you redeem that I think quick sketch for like 5 minutes, or you redeem like one of the drawing commissions in Tiltify. So you can do that too if you want me to draw Haman-sama. Are you playing Pummels later, Neo? Let's see. Oh, Cozy Snowy, what the heck? Long time no see. I haven't seen you since we played Marvel Rivals together, or... how's it going? I tried to share my stand-up cancer, trying to keep boosting the organization. Oh, hell yeah! That's so cool. Thanks so much for bringing awareness. Yeah, but let me give a shout out to Cozy, another awesome friend though, to the channel. Let me just give you a shout out. It depends on how many peeps we got. Okay. Yeah, depends on how many peeps we got and what time I finish tonight. But how's it going, Cozy? I hope you're having a wonderful start of the weekend. I know wildfire season is in high gear right now, so I hope the wildfire smoke isn't too bad where you're at. I think it was pretty bad when a few days ago where I'm at, and now there's a new forest fire near me, so I don't know. We'll see how things go. It's pretty bad right now. Being exhausted, yeah, I hear ya. Yeah, I've been pretty tired myself too. Yeah, hope you get lots of rest, drink lots of water, try to relax as much as possible. But, yeah, I'm a bit tired too. I actually volunteered to clean up a beach yesterday. Yeah, I cleaned up cleaning up the beach, but it's like towards the end of the day though, so it's not too hot. So I went to clean up. I think it took me an hour a drive to get there, and then I went to clean up the beach. I think what it was is that it was one of those singles events, but it's more like you get to do two fun things together. So in this case, we had to share some of the cleaning materials, and then you had to pick up some trash along the beach. I think one person that gave us a lot of the empty beer cans and whatnot. I think it was on a date or something, but then he just so many beer cans that he wanted us to give up to take away. And then there's also what else? And then we found a lot of really weird stuff on the beach. I think some people found a lost wheel in the cart or something. Some people found like used used underwear. I think there's some socks. I think we found a lot of steaks. Not like beef steak or something, but the steaks that you stab Dracula in the heart or something like that. Which is kind of weird. Weird stuff that you find at the beach. I think we found some... I think there was like a sign on the beach that was like cut up, like somebody took a bite out of it or something. A lot of beer cans. Lots of plastic. Some confetti. It's a lot. A lot of yeah, what the fuck? Godson? Gutsun with the $20 donation. I don't have the Sonic the Hedgehog shit. I was gonna say half body commission. Okay, half body, you got it. But yeah, I will message you. Off stream for the commission. But thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, we'll give you a proper shouty. Mr. Gutson the Beautiful, who plays a lot of the Asian dating sims, some Marvel Rivals, some Fortnite, and some other really cool stuff too. So we'll give him a follow. I think he was playing Summer's Heartbeat, which is like seeing a lot of really cool waifus. I think you're in a village or something. So thank you so much. Oh yeah, by the way, if you donate, I think you have $20, right? So you have 2 entries. Yes, you have 2 entries to win some prizes from stand-up builders. So I think we already unlocked, let's see. So we already unlocked a chance to win a $100 gift card and some custom Lego figures. So you got to have a chance to win those prizes. Yes. So that's number 1. Number 2, you get to have a what do you call that? Special role on Discord. Although you already have VIP status, so but yeah, you have a special role on the Discord. So more details on the role will come soon. So yeah, if you haven't, yeah, because Cozy, I don't think you noticed, but I created a new Discord ever since you joined the last one, so I had to create an entirely new one. You don't have to join if you don't want to, but there it is. And then that's number 2. And then I think maybe around maybe an hour and a half, we'll do a, what do you call that? A giveaway. Yes, we're gonna do a giveaway for the people who are still here. We're gonna do a giveaway with some Steam gift code. Yes, a Steam code for a multiplayer game called Frog Squad, who is one of the sponsors of this fundraiser. Yeah, I think I will give away one base game plus 1 DLC gift code for Steam. I will do that later. If you guys wanna, if you guys are interested in joining the giveaway, please let me know. Submit it. Okay, let me add you in. Yeah, it's pending. Yeah, because there's a reason for that. Because we don't want people who are, scammers. The usual artists thing. Okay, you're in. Okay, it's in. So you're good. So yes. Let's see. Oh wait, you're supposed to put this in first, right? Hell yeah. First, we're almost at 300. We're almost at $300. So we're so close. We're so close for me eating some ice cream with hot sauce in it. Oh man, I'm not looking forward to that. Oh jeez. So the reason why we're yeah, I think where did I get that idea from? I think I got it from my best friend from the Philippines. I think he tried it in high school for shits and giggles. Tried to eat the ice cream with hot sauce just to see what it's like, and then YOLO. He FAFO. Pretty much. It was that was pretty much what it was. Anyways, let's continue on building this thing. But yeah, enough about me. Yeah, okay. Maybe an hour and a half. Yeah, we'll do a giveaway for one code. For one code for what do you call that? For Frog Squad. Could probably do some what do you call that? Maybe we'll watch the trailer for Frog Squad before we do the giveaway. Okay, let's see. Number 2. But enough about that. Enough about me. How is everybody else? What's everybody's plans for the weekend? What's everybody's plans? Yeah, I took the day off. Yeah, I took the day off because I got so I knew I was gonna get so freaking tired after doing the beach cleanup. And yeah, I think I'll do some thoughts for those kinds of events, like the singles events, that kind of thing. I think it's from this organization called Thursday, because they host events on Thursdays. Kid football games, hell yeah! Your kiddo is gonna be the next what's that? I forgot his first. The next Yamal. Yeah, he's gonna be the GOAT. He's gonna be the next Jude Bellingham.
That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Yeah, hell yeah! I think I think one of my friends from running group, I think she has a huge crush on Jude Bellingham from Team England. But then again, she has a huge crush on everybody, like Pedro Pascal, Ryan Reynolds. Was it Ryan Reynolds or Ryan Gosling? No, Ryan Gosling. And Jensen Ackles from Supernatural and The Boys. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm gonna go running tomorrow. Probably continue with the fundraiser maybe. Oh yeah, and I'm going to be interviewed. I'm going to be interviewed on Sunday at 10:30 a.m. Pacific by More, who raided this channel in the last fundraiser stream. And yeah, he's also one of the coordinators of this fundraiser. I think there are like 4 different coordinators, right? I think More, Bricks O'Brien, A Skywalker. I forgot the other guy. The other guy's name. Oh, Jake, I think. I think Jake is the 4th guy. I think that's him. Yeah, very happy. And why is it like this? Okay, there we go. Let me just put it in like that. There we go. So we're attaching the back thrusters here. Kid football games. I think back when I was in high school, or grade school and high school, I think our physical education sports included football too. Yeah, because I think the main sports in the Philippines, we're nads. Shit. Hang on, I'll continue after this. Okay, fit it in. There we go. And then, how to open canopy. It's all the way in. Okay. And you can open canopy like this. Okay, there we go. That makes sense. Hell yeah, 274. 99. That's not even like 275. Okay, there we go. How many did we reach as a team now? 61,000? Holy shit. We already raised $61,000 for the fundraiser as a team. And that's only day 3. So we did set up an ambitious goal for 10 days to be 175,000, which is the largest goal that in the 5 years that Stand Up Builders is running this. That's the biggest one. I think that's the biggest goal. I think. But yeah, it's pretty amazing. So yeah, if you want to find out the list of people who were participating in Stand Up Builders, you can check out the standupbuilders.org website. Yeah, I think I'm somewhere near the bottom of the list. But yes, still good though. Oh yeah, we can add like a landing gear. Okay, so this is the core fighter, right? So this is the core fighter where I think they can. This is like the base core fighter. I should probably add some joint tightening fluid, maybe. I'll think about it, but I think it's fine. Just the way it is for now. So this is the... Fuck. Get out of there. Jesus. Yeah, it's so hard to... There. Oh, shit. Okay, let me just put it back in. I know there's a way to put this out, right? There we go. Oh, this is so hard to pull in and out. Okay, there we go. Then you have to deploy the wings like this, right? There we go. Maybe you have to glue this thing because it's harder to... There we go. And there we go. We have the core fighter. So we have the core fighter. That's part of the... Yeah, part of the Gundam. There we go. And it's like a thing that ejects. Okay. Let's try to see it again. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, and then you can open the canopy like that, right? I'll move it closer to the camera right there. Yeah, you can open and close it, which is really good. And then what we're going to do right now is just we're going to compress it like that. Okay, maybe... Do we need the part separator tool just to pull this thing out? Okay, anyway. There we go. So this is the core fighter. And then I will demonstrate the landing gear. So this guy has the landing gear. Here's the landing gear. So it says H, right? 16 and 11 for 16. Okay, I see 11. I see 16 also. So we can going to put it like this. Okay, so 16. One of the 11s. And the other 11. Should I go to Staples tonight? I probably should get a whiteboard or something. Probably put it over there. Let's see. Yep, enjoy these tunes. Mega Man, I think it's like Mega Man X. I put it in the wrong container for the nubs. Look at all these nubs. What the fuck? Maybe I'll make it a redeem to sprinkle all the nubs everywhere. I don't know. Let's see. This is 11, right? Each 11 should be... Trying to be careful here. Okay, this is kind of good. Yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, I actually found these like on the found it on YouTube. And I think I've been finding all these playlists for remixes of video game music. That's like city pop, like the city pop remixes, which is pretty good. Yeah, I think I found a few good ones. Like, I think Mega Man X, like what you're listening to right now. Mega Man X1 and Mega Man X4. I think I also put the King of Fighters and most of the Capcom vs SNK, a lot of Street Fighter stuff. And then also found Stardew Valley. I think I played that last stream. Oh crap, I think one of the landing gear fell off. Yeah, so that, yeah. What's nice about that is that it's not flagged by Twitch or YouTube though. Not covered by DMCA. You gotta be careful though, because sometimes uh-oh. Did I lose something? Uh-oh. Did I lose a part? They fall down. Oh, fuck. I lost something. Did it fall down? Oh shit. That's not good. That is definitely not good. Oh boy. And it's a tiny ass part too. Shit. That's okay. It's not really a showstopper or anything if you lose it, but let's see if I can find it. It's not in the nub list, is it? Yeah, I think it fell off somewhere. Let me just check. Just the flashlight. Make sure it doesn't get lost in the void. Oh man, I think my floor is messy. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Somewhere. It's such a tiny part too. But well, I don't think it's a showstopper if you can find it. I'll try to find it after stream. Turn that off. It's just that it flew off because it's kind of loose, right? Yeah. Oh crap. I don't know where it went to. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'll probably look for it later. Okay, I'm just gonna clear up my desk for a little bit. Let me see if it's around here somewhere. No, I don't think it's here. Yeah, probably. You probably have to keep some of the parts first. Okay. Try to look for it later. Now we can always maybe order from AliExpress or something. I don't know. But let's see. The fuck did it fly off to? Hang on. Let me see if I can. I'll probably put the parts away first. Okay, we'll put this away first. Not here. Not on my seat. It's gonna be impossible to find. Holy shit. Okay. It's okay. We'll continue on. I'll try to look for it later. Yeah, it just flew off. Anyway. Yeah, it's just gonna be around here somewhere. We'll just figure out where it is later. It's such a tiny piece too, goddamn. It's black. Okay. Anyway. Let's continue. Oh wait, we're supposed to fold it like this, right? Huh? Yeah, it looks correct. Oh, okay, it's supposed to slide it in like that. Okay, there we go. Try to find it again. If not, we'll just leave it off. I don't see it. All we have to do later. Anyway, let's continue on. Core Fire Circle. Yeah, I totally agree, Rock. I totally agree. But how's it going? It's good to see you. Let me give you a proper shouty. Give you a proper shouty. How's it going, my guy? Yeah, there we go. But let's see, what else are we doing right now? Oh yeah, we are. So we compress it like that, and then we have to do F17. Where's F17? This one, right? Yeah, let's see. I'm just trying to. I don't need the nubs, is it? Okay. Wait, I'm trying to cut this thing. Yeah, Jim just went to Delhi, now make a sandwich. Oh, cool. Which sandwich are you getting? Which sandwich are you getting? Yeah, I'm just trying to build the main torso for this. For Gunpla 2.0. I think we're going to put... I think there's a proper orientation for this, right? Okay, just have to be careful because there's so many small parts on this thing. Oh wait, I didn't cut the entire thing yet. Oh, okay. Yeah, hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody's doing well. Roast beast. In salami, because Neo likes the German salami. Oh really? I didn't know he likes that shit. I didn't know he likes that shit. Okay, let's see. Oh, so many nubs. What the hell? No, that's not it. Huh? Where's the other thing I just cut just now? Oh, this is F17. Where's F2? Oh, there it is. I see it. Then I'm supposed to cut it. Oops. It flew off. He loves German salami. Do you like German salami, Dino? It's time to learn more stuff about you, my guy. Okay, there we go. Ooh. I'll put this over here. Let's see. Okay, I think we're good. And then it's a proper orientation, put this shit in. Oh, I like that emote, Cozy. It's like the Bob Ross. Okay, have to be careful. There we go. And then we're supposed to put F11? F11. F11 is... No. F11. What's F11? Okay. Oh, this one, this thing. I'll put this over here first. How long have we been live for? Over an hour? Holy shit. Oh, wow. Almost live for an hour. Maybe we do the giveaway in like an hour and a half. Let's see. Oh, it flew off. The knobs are flying off. Flying off the shelves. Maybe we'll finish this part and then we'll take a short break. Then we'll... I'm supposed to put together like a Tetris. There we go. It's like a Tetris piece we're putting together. There we go. Oh, that's tough. And then we got to do F18. F18 is this thing. Okay. Hey, Sub-Zero, how's it going, man? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Let me give you a shouty in a minute. Guys, follow me using Sub-Zero Tundra. He's now a new dad, so congratulations, become a new dad. Also does plays a lot of really cool games like Helldivers, some Pummel Party, there's some Final Fantasy, and then go give him a follow. I will give you a shouty. How's it going? It's good to see you. Sub. Just chilling for right now. Okay, that's good. That's good. Chilling is always good. Let me just. It's a bit tricky to put together some of the pieces here. Yeah, I have to be really careful. There we go. Yeah, this is very tricky. But you gotta like fit them in as far as they can go, like Tetris. So that's what we have right now. And then we gotta do F18. What's A17? Right? But yeah, I'm glad you're doing great. You're playing Helldivers with Neo, right? And Rock. And are you gonna be playing Pummels? Okay, there we go. Just gonna put that there. Hey, where did it go? Did I cut it already? Yeah, I did. What the fuck? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I was saving them and spreading them some freedom. Yes. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Warhammer 40k battle pass. That looks pretty good. Yeah, I think Rocco was telling me a lot of the details about the battle pass. So I'm looking forward to that for sure. There we go. Just have to sand this. I have to file this pretty well though. Just want to make sure that it. Ah, damn. This is a bit challenging. So yes, we are actually 274 total raise, so we're trying to aim to get to 400. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to that. Yeah, use the link to donate. There's like a lot of incentives, like you see in the upper left-hand corner, like Gutson redeemed the join like a half-body commission. So I'll probably do that in a bit. but yeah, we won't be able to do it till September 1st until most of the payments from everybody are cleared though. So I think that's what we were advised by the coordinators. Oh, okay. I'm moving it backwards. There we go. Yeah, Warhammer 40k, right? It comes out on the 12th, right? If I remember correctly. Okay, there we go. Looks good. So now we have to. I think we'll complete this part and we'll the remainder of the main torso, and then we'll take a short break. 8:27. Oh, 27. Yes, I actually cut off that part prematurely last time, so we can go ahead and put that in. Oh crap, it got stuck. Oh no. Hang on, spreading freedom. I would love to spread freedom with you guys again. Okay, let's see. There we go. Oops. Oh my god. Shit. Okay. This is actually trickier than I thought it would be. Okay, there we go. Let's try that again. I did cut it off cleanly, but why is it... Okay, so we're supposed to put it on this side, right? Okay, let's see. Ah, shit. Come on, there we go. Let me put the side of the waist. Okay. Our next part. But yeah, thank you everybody for being here. Like, a lurk is all I can ask, really. Let's see, I'm just trying to cut off this thing. Okay, that's good. Okay, there we go. There we go. So this is A9. It should probably go this way, right? That's good. Or is it the other way around? I think it must be the other way around. Hang on. No, it's this way. I think it's like this. Huh? It's not going in. Yeah, we did that, and then we're supposed to... Why is it not going in? Oh my god, dude. Okay, let's try with the other one. See if there's a proper way to put that in. There we go. Why is this so challenging? What the hell? Or maybe it's supposed to be like this? What the fuck? Subs are $10 donation. What the heck? But, let me see. Let me see what they got. Oh, 10. Just straight up $10. Thank you so much for the dono. Really appreciate it. Thank you. The fuck? So no. Okay, just nothing. Just straight up $10. Okay, but thank you so much. Hey sub. So since you put like $10, you have a chance to win one of the 2 awesome prizes that have been unlocked so far. So on September 1st, they're going to announce the winner. So one of the prizes you can win is a $100 gift card. A $100 gift card from I think the Lego. A Lego $100 gift card. That's the first one of the stuff you can win on September 1st from Kiwi Modulars, and you can also have a chance to win custom figures from minifigs.me. So yeah, we raised 200 and we can't read that 284. Holy shit, we're almost there. We're almost there to unlock the what do you call that? Get to see me eat ice cream with hot sauce in it. So it's very very exciting, and I'm very frightened at the same time. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, so we're attaching the core fighter rock. There we go. Attaching the core fighter to its current position right now. What the fuck? Yeah, I think it's supposed to like click in, right? Oh, yeah, there we go. Now, not fits. And now we're supposed to put this. Oh, and then you can open it like that, right? Yeah, okay, there we go. And this one, you're supposed to put it up there, and then you're supposed to attach it like so. Eh? Oh no, wait, no. This you're supposed to put the top one first, and then the bottom. There we go. Voila! We have the main torso of Grandpa. Well, I can't really. Yeah, we have Grandpa's main torso now with the core fighter in it. Hell yeah! We're getting there slowly. Okay, so we're done with the first part. I think we're gonna do the head next. But I do need to get up and stretch. So feel free to watch this video in the meantime for Stand Up to Cancer. Or Stand Up Builders. I need to get up and stretch for a bit. So be right back, everybody.
I stand up to cancer for those who continue fighting every single day.
I stand up to cancer for my family.
I stand up to cancer for the friends and family that have had to fight to live.
I stand up to cancer
to honor those we've lost and to help support those who are still fighting.
To give families and friends that opportunity to spend as much time together as they can.
I fundraise for Stand Up to Cancer as a survivor of cancer myself.
For my uncle, for my friends, to make the world a better place.
And my fellow stand-up builders.
We are standing up to cancer.
Because cancer almost took my life, but I'm still standing.
It's my dream that no one else has to go through what they went through.
That's why I'm standing up to cancer.
Because it has affected so many people that I love.
Because as a survivor, I want to give hope and a voice to other survivors.
Because its scourge can and will be stopped in our lifetime.
Because cancer sucks.
I stand up to cancer for survivors like me.
In honor of some of my mom's dear friends.
For my mom, for my grandmom.
For those that are just diagnosed.
For those who don't have anyone to fight for them.
And I stand up to cancer for my late grandmother, Mary.
For family members who had unfortunately lost their battle to cancer.
And our community who either have fought or are still fighting.
I hope you'll join me this August
to stand up to cancer.
We are doing our part and build hope through the power of science.
Please help us raise money to fight this terrible disease.
Let's help end cancer.
I hope you join me and the rest of the builders as we stand up to cancer together.
I will be building Lego, but I will also be building hope.
Together we
can make a difference.
Together, we stand up to cancer.
I hope you enjoyed that short video. Yeah. So, as most of you, I think was featured in Stand Up to Cancer's Instagram and their socials. I think they featured the story of one of the members in our Stand Up Builders. I think they're sharing the story of her being diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma, and thanks to the current technology that we have today, she's here with us still today, and she's actually part of the Stand Up Builders team. So she's also helping out raising funds for cancer research. Okay, let's see. What else can we do here? Let's do the head now, I think. Yeah, we're just gonna need to hydrate for a short minute. Damn, guys, we're almost at 300. We're so close to 300. Holy smokes. Let's see, where's the next instruction? Okay, we're building the head unit. Okay. So F6. F6? It's F6. Oh, this one, okay. So I think we're doing this part now, right? F6 should be... Okay, let's see if we can do this. Whoops. Okay, so we have that, and then we can do the... I think it's like the transparent parts, right? This one, right? I think this one. It was like a transparent thing. I think the color separation in this kit is good, so I don't know why there's still a sticker that's you have to put in for the head unit. I'm not sure why they did that, but I'm just gonna do it anyway. Let's see. There we go. Okay, let's see. And then I think this goes back here, right? Yeah, there we go. And then F9. F9 is... Oh, that's 7. F9 is this one. Okay, there we go. Then we got it. Okay. I think we have to click. Use realistic decals as you like, but I think I don't think we need it though. I think we'll be fine since there's already proper color separation on this anyway, so we'll just leave it at that. Same thing with the eyes, because I don't know why they're there's decals for the eyes, but there's already proper colors, the correct color separation anyway for the eyes, so I don't know why we need to put that. Okay, I'm just gonna put it like that. Okay, there we go. I just have to... Whoops. Oh. Almost lost another one. Let's see. Let's see. Oh wait, you're supposed to put it in F7 first. Okay. Where's F7? F7 is here. There we go. Okay, that's good. Okay, I have to insert the eyes first. Yeah, there we go. And then we have to put it like this. Yeah. See? See, there's already proper color separation on the eyes already, so I don't know why you need to still put stickers on them. But it's up to you, but I think I would just rather leave it as is. So there's proper color separation already on the sensors on the top of the head as well as on the eyes. So I think we'll just leave it as is. V8. I think they're attaching the chin. Okay, and then about in 7 minutes we're gonna give away a code for Frog Squad on Steam. So we're gonna do that in a few minutes. Or actually maybe after we assemble the head, we can give out a code for Frog Squad. I don't know how many of you in chat are still here, but yes, we'll be giving out a code to Frog Squad on Steam. So I don't know how many of you are still here. There we go. So we have to put the chin part. Oh crap! Look at him. He looks like a duck. Like Daffy Duck. You're despicable. E5. E5 is this one, right? Oh yeah, it's the chin part. Oh, it's already easily cut. There we go. What's this Frog Squad? Glad you asked, Rocco. It's actually a co-op game. It's actually one of the sponsors of this fundraiser. So I think it's like, I'm not sure if it's up to 4 players. Maybe it's like, I think it's up to 4 players. And it's a really fun, game. I think I've seen other people play it, and it's actually quite fun. I can show you the trailer for Frog Squad right now, actually. Frog Squad. Oh, you can show the trailer of it, or you can actually do some gameplay. Here, let me just unmute this. Yeah, I think I showed this last time, but I will show you the trailer right now. I'll stop the music for a minute, and then you can watch it.
Oh my god, the walls are closing again. There's too many bones.
He looks really hungry.
We should get him some food. Whoa, 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 save some for me. Come on, I'm ready to catch. Okay, here it comes.
Yeah, I think it's like you play with other people. I think it's up to 4 people, and then you try to solve a lot of puzzles. Looks like a really fun game.
Oh, he's right behind me. He's gonna get me. Oh, ah!
Yeah, it looks pretty fun. It's really funny. There we go. And then we can also let's watch another video regarding the gameplay of Frog Squad. Let's see. Let's try this one from Kind of Funny Games. No, or actually this one. No, from Stentric Gaming. Let's see. If it loads.
We are here in Frog Squad. We got Basic Player, Crispy Squid, and Narg with us. We're gonna be checking it out. This is my first time.
So the winner for today's giveaway is gonna get the 1 base game and 1 DLC code.
Play the beta whatsoever.
Oh, you said you did?
No, I signed up to the beta. I just never played it.
He said he downloaded it, but he didn't. Yeah, or like he signed up for it.
Oh, so okay, yeah. Neither of us have ever played this, so this is all of our first time playing. We have really no idea what we're doing.
I'm swimming.
Bro, our mouths move as we talk.
Oh yeah, so it's kind of like Peak where you can talk in game.
Bro, I see a giant frog with a crown. You see him over there?
Yeah, I see him.
Here we go. Say what's up.
Oh, I'm running over there.
All right, yeah, wait, okay, yeah, let's go over to the giant frog. Let's see what's up with them.
Oh,
guys, this is made by the same people who made Fall Guys. So this is basically Fall
Yeah,
Guys.
the same people who made Fall Guys. So that's why the graphics look very familiar.
What? I think you just smacked me.
Stentric, that frog looks like you, low key.
Wait, is this a trampoline?
I think so.
Nah, you don't really bounce on it.
Oh wait, everyone go to here. We can go on.
Yeah, we can go on the raft.
Oh yeah. Wait, we're missing one. And come on.
All right, let me go on.
Ready?
Oh.
Yo.
Back flush spillway.
Oh, loading screen.
Yo, what?
Fill the pool with food.
Where are we now? We're in some sewer.
Wait, are we platforming?
Hang on, I'll be right back.
It says up here on the sign.
Oh.
Wait, you could move things with your tongue
and throw it in.
Crispy, I'm trying to lick you, bro. Come here.
Bro, I'm like Spider-Man. You can like web swing.
Yeah, I need help. I need help. This one's a bit heavy.
Oh, let me help it.
Web swing. Wait, let's try that. Let me see. We actually can. Look at me.
Wait, so where's the bowl at?
Where's the what?
Where's the bowl at?
Oh, I'm just gonna run straight in.
Wait, no, we're supposed to put the stuff in this, right, bro?
I think you have to put food in there, not like the crates and stuff.
Where do we get the food at?
I don't know. Let's have a look.
Yo, I'm strong. Yo, you're just weak. Look, I'm doing it perfectly, Stentric.
Is this the bowl?
Wait, maybe we just have to go across and.
Oh, yo! I just swung.
Oh, I saw that. I am Spider-Man.
Wait, what's over here? Frog or die?
Bro, we're like spider frogs.
That's sick.
Watch out, there's spikes. There's spikes. Do not fall.
I can't reach the pipe. Oh, there we go. I swing.
Oh no, I fell! No!
Why is your voice high pitched?
Can someone help me? It said find your friends. Hello? What do I do?
He needs food. Hold on. Hold on. I'm trying to pick you up. I'm gonna bring you up here. Bro, you're heavy.
Hey, my bad. I had a big lunch.
What you have? What you have?
McChickens.
Guys, I have an egg. You have a whole egg? I have a whole egg. Help me get the egg to the raft.
Oh! Guys, I'm getting slower.
Wait, do you think we need to bring the egg somewhere? Wait, do you open that? I don't know.
Sentry, lick me.
Yo, how do I pick up Narg, bro? It's like, I can't pick him up.
It has 2 handles on it, basic. Wait, try picking it up. Oh, food! Food! Narg! Narg, we have food. Oh, I ate it.
Bring it back. No, don't eat it.
I just threw it up. Yo, don't eat it.
Wait, where y'all at?
Bro, we found food, but Crispy got too hungry and ate it. You know, normally it's the Americans.
You ate it? Bro, we need that for Narg, bro. He's about to be a freaking hamster ball forever.
Meanwhile.
Hold on, wait. I have an idea. I have an idea of how to get Narg big. There's an objective that says fill the bowl.
Okay, I think that's probably enough preview of Frog Squad. So yeah, I think we can do like a giveaway, code giveaway. Let's see. Who's lurking right now in my chat? Let's see. Yeah, we can add some names. Those people who said hi in the chat. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do a giveaway right now. Let's see. Let's see. Name. Wheel of names. There we go. So who said hi? Let's see. Maybe I'm just gonna do a full screen of this, and then I'm gonna show the card. Oh, actually, we can do this. Okay, there we go. Who's here? Rock, LD50. There's Sub, Neo. Who else? Gutson. Cozy. Who else is here? Who else is here? Who said hi? Let's see. I don't know. Oh, Wolfstar. Yeah, Wolfstar is also here. Wolfstar 98. Okay, let's see. Anybody else? I think that's pretty much it. I think it's the only people who chatted today. So, yes. Yeah, I think those are the only names that are here, and then we're gonna give away Frog Squad. Yeah, and Gutson's here too. Okay, so you gotta reply though. You gotta reply in chat to get the code, because I'm gonna give away 1 code per episode. Did I miss anybody? Did I miss anybody in chat that said hi or said anything in chat today? If not, let me know. Let me know who didn't get a chance to say hi. Okay, I think that's everybody, right? Need Rocket, add me again. Oh fuck! Rock's already there, dude. I see Neo over there. Okay, let's see. So, just to recap. Winner gets 1 base game and 1 DLC code on Steam for Frog Squad. Okay, I also have the game because I think everybody in Stand Up Builders gets a code, so that's fine. So I have like 4 codes to give away. So maybe we'll do 1 per episode, 1 per stream. I was supposed to give it away last time, I forgot. But anyway, that's greedy. Okay, let's see. Let's see who gets the giveaway. Let's see who gets it. Oh! Sub-Zero wins it. Hell yeah. You're here, right? Are you here? Are you here, Sub? Congratulations. Congratulations. You've won 1 base game and 1 DLC for code on Steam for Frog Squad. I will message you the code on Steam after this, or actually I can probably message you now for giveaway. Sub said give it to Neo. Okay, I'll give you the code right now. Hang on 1 second. I'll message it to you. Let's see. I have it here. Wait, where's stand-up builders? Okay, there we go. I will actually it's this, and then we're Subo. I'll message you on Discord. We're sub. Actually, no. Oh, there it is. Actually, there we go. I'm gonna message sub. Oh, there it is. Yep, I sent it to you, sub. Enjoy. Let me know. I want to thank them for not winning. Yep, I sent it to you. So there we go. That is good. That's enjoy the gamies. So that's one. So next one, maybe we'll probably do it in maybe in the 3-hour mark. What can't type you beat. Yeah, let me know if the codes work, sub. If not, I have to make sure that it works. So there's one code for the base game and one for the DLC. So you have to do both. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Yeah, I think we're supposed to give one last time, right? Okay, you know what? Let's fucking do it. Let's fucking do it. Well, we'll do it. Me to Neo. Yeah, I think we'll do one at the 3-hour mark. We'll do another giveaway at 3-hour mark. So yeah, if you wanna win one more code for Frog Squad, one base game and one DLC, make sure to stay tuned because we're gonna draw another one at the 3-hour mark. So yeah, that's gonna be great. Let's see. Right here. Go back to some. Gonna watch some 5 Hearts Under One Roof. Oh wait, shoot. Let me just. I forgot to mute. Milk Films. How's it going, Grunts? Good to see you. Wait, I think I know you from Neo and Sava Giovanni, right? But welcome in. But yeah, we are actually continuing on with the fundraiser. So we're actually how much are we at right now? We're at 284 out of a possible 400. Not a possible 400. I think we're trying to aim for 400. And yeah, man, it's good to see. Yeah, it's good to see you. But how's it going, man? Hope you're having a wonderful start of the weekend. Give you a quick shouty. Yeah, anyway. Yes, we are actually building Gunpla 2.0. Chilling, that's good. So it's good to chill. So yeah, we're actually building Art Read Grade Gunpla 2.0. And then it's like roar. Oh, I forgot to add Flaming Hills. Oh shit. I forgot to add Flaming Hills. Oh damn. We'll add the next round. Don't worry. We'll add it to the next giveaway. Let's see. Oh yeah, we're supposed to add. Yeah, well, the next giveaway is gonna be at around like the 3-hour mark. So stay tuned for that. I think B. Adding the B parts, right? B parts. So yeah, if you haven't checked it out, so it's okay. Okay, no worries. But yeah, we'll add you in the next one. Don't worry. But you have to be around though, in order to win the giveaway. Otherwise, we'll give it to somebody else. Let's see. B7. Where's B7? Oh, this thing. Oh shit! It's a tiny ass thingy. Okay. Let's see. B4. B4 is B4. Yeah, let me know. Let me know if you want to. Let me know if you want to do a collab with Frog Squad. I think I have some friendos who would also have Frog Squad. So maybe we can have. I think we might have enough for like 4 players to do Frog Squad. Do a Frog Squad playthrough. I think we just have to coordinate it with them because I think I collabed with them before in Marvel Rivals, but now they also have Frog Squad. Yeah, because I also have the game, Neo. I mean, Sub. I also have the base game because everybody from the stand-up builders who are doing the game gets a free copy of the base game for Frog Squad. So, yeah. If you want to do a collab, maybe we can do a collab tonight after we're done with the fundraiser. So, yeah, we can probably do that too. Let's see. Oh, okay, B4. Oh, okay. Ah, shit. I think I cut the part prematurely. Maybe D7. D7. That's E. That's E. Oh, there it is. Waiting for mom to get home so she can check my back. Okay, okay. No worries, no worries. Okay, I think that's good. Okay, there we go. Oh crap, I forgot to... Oh, okay, hang on 1 second. So we're supposed to put the mini antenna thingy on top of the other thingy. Oh. So you gotta be careful not to use this shit. Let's see. Okay, there we go. And then we have to... Where the fuck did it go? Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. So we have to insert this guy in like this. I think it can go. It already went in as far as it can go. There we go. B2 and B3. B2 and B3. Oh, these two, okay. So yeah, thank you everybody for being here, by the way, even if you're just lurking in the background. It's been a fun stream so far. So we're almost at our first milestone of almost $300. So if we reach like $300, right now we're at the $284.99. So we're almost there. So if we reach that goal, reach that milestone of 300, yes, I will eat like ice cream with hot sauce in it. Yes, that's gonna be very interesting. Eating hot sauce, ice cream with hot sauce. Not looking forward to that. But we gotta do it because we're standing up to cancer. So yeah, next Frog Squad code giveaway will be at 3 o'clock. So take note. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Okay. Oh, how many did it? Oh wow! What the fuck? We already raised $62,000 as a team. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! I think the next one. I think the next milestone prize will be unlocked at $66,000 as a team. So we're getting there for sure. I think the next prize is for a chance to win. Get a chance to win a $256,000. Sorry, oh, wait, sorry. I meant you get to win a $256 Lego gift card. Yeah, but that's the $256 gift card for Lego. I think who's sponsoring that shit? Who's sponsoring that? I'm trying to remember. The next one, $256 gift card. Sponsored from Bricks in the Six in Toronto, Canada, I think. Why 256? I think there's a specific reason why it's like $256. Okay, I think we're almost done. Then we just gotta attach. Hang on, let me just attach this thing. Okay, I think we got it. I think we got it. Wait, is it the other way around? I think I got it backwards. No, I think this is right. Just have to align it properly, I think. Okay, we're good. There we go. That's Grandpa. We have Grandpa. The head of Grandpa. Let me just put this in here, and voila! There we go. We got the main torso and head of Grandpa. Health bucking. Yes. There we go. That's good. I'm very happy. It turned out great. And then let's see. What's the next part? I'm guessing we're doing the... Oh, we're doing the backpack already? Okay, that was fast. What the fuck? Oh, we're doing the backpack already? I guess we're doing the main torso. They're getting that out of the way. And then we do the arms and the legs, I guess. We're doing the backpack next. I think, oh, it looks so nice. Look at that. You can barely see it, but you can see all the panel lines there. Pretty good. There's stuff at the back as well. Yeah, very nicely done. Very nice looking Grandpa. It's coming to fruition. Okay, let's see. Okay, we have to do backpack, right? Okay, let's see. F23. 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 This one, right? 23 and 21. Okay, let me see. And 21. Back is good? Yeah, your back is good? Okay, you're talking about the back of the model kit or your back? Damn. Did you see that? The nub rolled up the back of my hand. What the heck? Okay, I think we're okay. But let's see. Do this again. Wait. Why is it not? And then we're supposed to rotate it. What the heck? We're supposed to align it first and we're supposed to rotate it. Let's... Oh, you're back. Okay. Okay, well, I was just wondering. That's good. Your back is good. So that's good. That's good to hear. Oh wait, it's supposed to be... Huh? No, oh, it's the wrong way. Oh wait, there we go. And then we're supposed to do it... Yeah, there's a proper orientation you have to put this in. So it's supposed to be like this. And then you're supposed to rotate it? Up. Oh, it's supposed to rotate it upwards like this? Okay, I see. Yeah, it's supposed to look like that initially. I think that's where you put the beam saber at the back. So I'll put that here in the meantime. And we have to build one more F22. Okay. Oops. Okay, we got some nubs in. Out. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, let's see what else. I think some nubs still on my keyboard. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, thanks everybody for being here. I know, I keep sounding like a broken record, but yeah, I really do mean that. Like you're helping boost a little bit of the visibility. I'm here so that we can bring awareness to the current campaign that's being run by stand-up builders. Oh yeah, by the way, for those of you who already redeemed the drawing commission stuff, we can't work on it until September 1st. The reason why September 1st is that it's enough time to process all the payments that everybody in the entire team, so that we make sure that there's no troll donations, and make sure that all the payments are legit. So that gives us enough time to process everything, so that's good. Button, I will message you on Discord, asking you for reference pictures of whatever character you want for that half body shot. Hey Neo, I don't know if you're still there. If you want to commission me to draw Haman-sama, you can also do that on the donation page. Like Gutson, if you see the upper left-hand corner there, yeah, Gutson already redeemed a commission there. Maybe if you want to draw Haman-sama, or if Rako wants to draw Haman-sama, you can use the donation thing and redeem a drawing commission. I think there's one slot left for half body, but there's 2 slots left for the bust up, from the bust up. Let's see. F26? What's F26? Oh, this thing. F26 and 27, 28, okay. Where are we at the 2-hour mark? Come on, guys. We're almost there. We're at 280, almost 285. So maybe like around 15 more bucks, and then they get to see me eat ice cream with hot sauce in it. It's, so, do you want to see me suffer? We're $15 away. Okay, let's see. Yeah, talking about the beach cleaning thing, right? Yeah, I think I think I mentioned earlier on stream that I went beach cleaning, volunteered for that shit, and I think it was a singles event, and then the people were like sharing. I think we have to like share the cleaning materials, so we had to share like the bucket where we put all the trash, and then we had to share like the tools to pick up stuff from the floor, like the claw or something like that, and some tongs that are used for the kitchen. I think they provided that too, so we get to clean up some stuff, and some gloves. I think they borrowed that too, some nitrile gloves. And they provided that too, and we cleaned up a lot of stuff. It was during the end of the day though, so it wasn't like during midday when it was hot, so it was during the end of the day. I think that's when most people are available anyway. So wow, look at all these nubs. Jesus Christ. Okay, I think we're supposed to put it here first, right? I think we're doing this part. I think there's a proper way to put it in. You have to align it or something. I think that's how you're supposed to do it. Oh wait, oh shit, it's the other way around. Okay. No, wait, that's right. Oh wait, that's the wrong part. That's why. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's the okay. That's the right part. Let's put it like. Okay. Oh wait, it's the other way. Wait, what? No, wait, this is the wrong one. It's the wrong part. There we go. Wait. I'm trying to put in here. What the fuck? Wait, why is it not going in? Huh? Oh wait, it's going. Wait, I don't get it. Or is it supposed to be like this? Oh, okay. No, this is the right part. Okay, I was putting it in the wrong hole. That's why. There we go. I was putting it in the wrong hole. Okay, there we go. Okay. I think we're good. Okay, there we go. And then we have I-20. I-20 is this one, right? I-20. No, not this one. I-20. Where's I-20? Where's I? This is A. Oh, this is G. Oh, that's I. There we go. I see it. Oh, this one. This is it. There we go. We're getting there. Damn it, it's almost like 6 p.m. What the hell? Okay, we're almost there. We're getting there. There we go. We have to turn it. Okay, it looks like this now, right? And now we have to add like the thrusters. Oh my god, these are very small parts. Holy shit. Oh my god, this is not good. F. We need I and then F. Oh my god, this is not good. F25? These are tiny ass parts. Holy shit. I think it might be better if we just 25. Maybe just do one at a time. 25 and then I-19. Okay, we'll do this one first. Okay. Okay, I think that's good. Just have to fight it a little bit. And then we're good to go. No, maybe we'll just use the filing thing. Okay, that's thruster number 1. Okay, then we gotta do the other one too. Okay, these are very tiny parts, so we gotta be really careful with this shit. Okay, and then I'm 19 again. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's so bad. Okay, and then we're gonna put this in. Okay, maybe we're going this way. Okay, I think we're good. I think we are good. Okay, just make sure they're solid. Okay, now we gotta do F24. Shit, I just gotta be really careful because this is very small. Okay, there we go. I think we're okay. F24. Oh, this one. F24 is this one, right? Okay. Oh crap. Oh, okay. Oh, I did not cut knobs off properly on this one. Okay, maybe we'll try that again. Okay, I think I know what to do. I think I know what to do. What time is it? Okay. Yeah, I think maybe we have like maybe 1 or 2 hours left. Maybe at the 3-hour mark we'll probably raffle off the next set of frog spot codes. I was supposed to do that last night, but then I totally forgot. Anyway, D6. Okay, D6 is actually the thrusters, the beam sabers, right? D6. So there's 2 of them. There's 2 of them. Okay, so very simple beam sabers. Okay, that's fair. And there. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Yep, I think we're almost there, and then we have to attach it to the back, right? Okay, there we go. I think we, oops, forgot to. And you're supposed to put it like this? Wait, I don't get it. Oh wait, it's supposed to be like this. Yeah, that is correct. And then we're supposed to flip it up like that. And then we're supposed to put it at the back like this. There we go. Look at that. It's starting to come together nicely. It looks good. It looks fucking good. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. So we're done with that part. Now we gotta do a waist unit. Okay. Maybe I'll get up and stretch for a minute. I think my back's starting to kill me. But let's go watch this video again for stand-up builders while we're doing this fundraiser campaign. So here we go. Back, relax, and enjoy.
I stand up to cancer for those who continue fighting every single day.
I stand up to cancer for my family.
I stand up to cancer for the friends and family that have had to fight to live.
I stand up to cancer
to honor those we've lost and to help support those who are still fighting.
To give families and friends that opportunity to spend as much time together as they can.
I fundraise for Stand Up to Cancer as a survivor of cancer myself.
For my uncle, for my friends, to make the world a better place.
And my fellow stand-up builders.
We are standing up to cancer.
Because cancer almost took my life, but I'm still standing.
It's my dream that no one else has to go through what they went through.
That's why I'm standing up to cancer.
Because it has affected so many people that I love.
Because as a survivor, I want to give hope and a voice to other survivors.
Because its scourge can and will be stopped in our lifetime.
Because cancer sucks.
I stand up to cancer for survivors like me.
In honor of some of my mom's dear friends.
For my mom, for my grandmom.
For those that are just diagnosed.
For those who don't have anyone to fight for them.
And I stand up to cancer for my late grandmother, Mary.
For family members who had unfortunately lost their battle to cancer.
And our community who either have fought or are still fighting.
I hope you'll join me this August
to stand up to cancer.
We are doing our part and build hope through the power of science.
Please help us raise money to fight this terrible disease.
Let's help end cancer.
I hope you join me and the rest of the builders as we stand up to cancer together.
I will be building Lego, but I will also be building hope.
Together we can make a difference. Together we stand up to cancer.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, let's keep this campaign going. Yeah, I think what are we at now? It's almost $63,000 as a team. That's cool. Yeah, we're getting there. We're almost near unlocking the next milestone, the 66,000 mark. So yeah, I think I have to go to the washroom though. So yeah, give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Planning and scripting great Instagram reels. Think again. Some of my most effective reels had zero planning, zero talking, and took less than 10 minutes to create from start to finish. In this video, I'm gonna break down a 3-step strategy anyone can follow, and I mean anyone, to make awesome reels quickly, even if you're a total beginner, plus 10 easy reel ideas that you can literally film right now starting today. So keep watching. Hey Posse, what's up? It's Alex coming at you fresh back from Europe with another brand new tutorial to help you create the online business of your dreams. So if your goal is to start or grow your business this year, then you know what to do. Be sure to subscribe below, and while you're at it, give me a thumbs up too. Every single like, comment, and subscriber tells YouTube to show this content to more people just like you, which really helps my channel grow. So of course, I always appreciate your love and support. Now, let's dive straight in. This week, we are talking all about how to build your personal brand on social media using Instagram Reels. Whether you are actively trying to...
Are we back? Are we back? Okay, welcome back, everybody. So, where did we leave off? Yeah, so we finished the... Oh, crap, I forgot to play the video again. Oh, wait, hang on. Why am I playing this video? But yeah, so this is we're doing Gunpla 2.0. We're putting together Gunpla 2.0, and then we are actually building the waist unit now. So we're actually getting there. So let's see if we can. I think we can probably do the Next one. I think we're doing the waist unit now, right? Okay, I just need to... Oh wait, I forgot to put the list of stuff. But yes, we're almost there, guys. We're almost at the 300 mark. But our new goal is actually 400. At the 400 mark. So we're almost getting there. We're almost getting there. Okay, I think this is a good one. Okay, I think this one. Okay. Let's continue doing this. Okay. Let's do this.
Let's do this.
Not even close.
Yeah, not even close. But we're getting there. Let's see. What are we doing next? So what are we doing next? We're going to do the waist unit now, right? So we got okay, we gotta put the runners here for now. Got I5. Yeah, there we go. Okay, where's that? I5 and then F29. Okay, I think we're getting there. There we go. Yeah, I think we're getting there. There we go. Yeah, let's see. F29. Oh yeah, maybe I should talk about more about the cleaning event, right? Yeah, I think there's like... Yeah, we did saw some really weird things when we picked up the trash in the beach cleaning event. Oh, this eye. Oh, okay, that's the wrong part. So yeah, there's like a... Yeah, this whole bunch of beer cans. I think what we did is that we crushed some of the beer cans on the... to make them so that we can fit more stuff on the buckets. So we found the basic stable rock in there, and then we crushed the cans with our feet. Felt very satisfying, though very satisfying to crush those rocks with our feet. To use up all of our pent-up rage to crush those rocks. And then it's also see some really weird trash. I'm surprised because a lot of like a lot of stakes. You know, like stakes that you pierce the heart of Dracula, that you use that to pierce the heart of Dracula. That's... Wait. Okay, okay, I thought I cut it wrong. Okay. We're good. We're still good. Okay. Align with the grooves. Got it. And then this part as well. I think what are we doing? Yeah, that's what it looks like, right? Okay. Maybe we use one of the tougher grits to sand it down faster. Let's see if this works. Okay, so I'm just still sanding this thing. Okay, I think that might work. Let's try with this one too. Okay, I'm not sure if I did it properly, but whatever. Maybe I'll use this one. Okay, that's good. I think this one's already okay. Wait, I think we're supposed to align it, right? We're supposed to align with the grooves and then rotate it. Oh wait, is it like this? Yeah, I think it's supposed to look like that. Then rotate it. Yeah, align with the grooves and tightly align it. Oh, wait. That's right? No, I think it's okay. Rawr, just because I'm doing something else I haven't said in a while. It's all good for me. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, we're still quite a ways to go. So we got like 30 minutes left until we do the next giveaway for Frog Squad. For Frog Squad. 2 F. Wait, supposed to do like this, right? And then F30. Okay, we are getting there. Let's see where we're at now. Let's see. Let's see. Oh wait. You have to put this down, that's right. Wait, it's supposed to be like this, right? I'm supposed to put it like this? Wait, is it like, no, it's like, no, it's upside like this, there we go, yeah, there we go. Huh? I think it's supposed to be like that, right? No, I think it's supposed to put it in, push it inside the, whatever hole this is at the bottom. I think we're supposed to do. Oh my god, this is so complicated. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're good. Not sure what it's supposed to do. But I think I feel like this is wrong. I feel like this is wrong. Or is it supposed to be? Or is it supposed to be like this? I don't know. And then you're supposed to close it, right? Okay. Or no, I think this is correct. I think this is correct. I think it's supposed to properly align this. like that, I think. Yeah, I think that looks right. Yeah, sometimes real grades don't have like a proper manual. I mean, they don't explain things correctly. Oh, what the fuck? What? We reached our milestone. What the fuck? Tickle Plus, is that you? Holy shit! We reached our first milestone goal. What the I mean the 300 goal. What the heck, dude? Thank you so much. Yes, I like ice cream. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh wait, where's my dog go? But yes, I do like ice cream. Holy shit, we're at 334.99 now. But let me give you a proper shouty. Let's see. While I'm using Tickle Plus, I think Tickle Plus saved my bootleg kit by telling me about Sprue Goo, but also plays a lot of multiplayer games also. Very talented model builder and another waifu connoisseur. And yeah, I think did you finish your kit though? Did you finish your kit? Did you finish your waifu kit? I think the zombie waifu kit. Did you finish it? Yeah, apparently I'm gonna eat some ice cream. Oh my god! And let me put this together first because I don't want to lose it. I'm gonna wait. Okay, so that's good. Oh my god, we reached our milestone goal. We're gonna eat some ice cream with still working on it. That scared the crap out of me. But hey, it's worth it. It's worth it because we're doing this for cancer or research. Okay. Wrap. Oh, so we're gonna eat 10 water slides. Oh yeah. Yeah, I ordered some more 10. I have water slide decals as well. I have it for Grandpa 2.0. I think I have it in the other box over there, but we'll do that after I top coat everything. And you're welcome. Oh my god, we're gonna eat some ice cream. Okay. Let me get the ice cream thing. Let me put away my Rui tool stuff so I don't accidentally cut something. But yes. Milestone number 1. I mean, number 3 actually, because we already reached 2 other milestones in the previous stream. So, let's see. Well, we're gonna eat this like Cookie Monster. Let's see. Okay. BRB. I gotta go get my ice cream and some hot sauce. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Man Talk Show. Connor Beaton here. Today, we're going to talk a little bit about self-leadership and the 10 things that you as a man can stop doing immediately that will help you to be more attractive, more confident, and in my terms, more self-led. Now, I love this concept of self-leadership. It's something that I've been talking about with the men that I've worked with for a decade. It's something that I've been advocating for because for me in my journey, the reason why my life went astray was because I lacked self-leadership. I didn't have a good sense of internal direction. I didn't have good impulse control. I couldn't say no to myself. I didn't know when to say yes. And just in general, I lacked the skills and the tools to actually lead myself towards the things that I wanted in life. I've had to battle that version of me for a very, very long time. And sometimes in my life, he's won out more, but most of the time I win out. It's like a battle of attrition, but it's something.
Okay, we are back. We are back. Oh my god, I'm not looking forward to this. Oh shit. Okay. So we reached one of our milestone number 3 of eating ice cream with hot sauce. Okay, get ready to clip this because I'm going to send it to our stand-up builders Discord and probably might get featured in in the fundraiser clips. Oh my god. I can't believe I'm doing this shit. Okay, let's see. I don't know if anybody else in chat is still there. We're gonna eat some. Okay, so this is the ice cream where we're eating some Breyers caramel ice cream. I don't want to get the expensive one though, that's locally made, because I'd rather get something that doesn't cost a lot of money. And we're gonna get some of that Frank's Red Hot Sauce, because you put that shit everything. Am I right, Hanako?
Oh yes, Daddy.
Oh yes, Daddy, indeed. Yes, we're gonna eat some Breyers ice cream. Okay, maybe we'll just get one scoop. Oh, hang on, let me just get. Yeah, good thing about Breyers ice cream is that the scoop is not too hard. Okay, there we go. Okay, maybe just one scoop of ice cream. Frank's is just flavor enhancer. Okay, Frank's Red Hot. Yeah, maybe it's a flavor enhancer. Because I think the story is that I was eating in the cafeteria in high school with my best friend in the Philippines, and then he ate what do you call that? He poured hot sauce on this ice cream, and let's see. Okay, be prepared to clip this shit. Oh boy. Maybe we'll switch to the overhead camera. Put some. Oh yeah, look at that hot sauce. Look at that ice cream with hot sauce. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. I don't know if anybody in from Stand Up Builders is watching this shit. We are eating ice cream with hot sauce in it. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. Here we go. Ice cream with hot sauce. Okay, maybe just eat the entire shit. Okay. Okay, everybody. Cheers. Oh my god. Oh, that's horrible. Holy. Wow. Oh my god. You happy with my choice? Yeah, I'm happy with that. Okay. I don't know when my friend did that in high school. Okay, I can still taste that shit. Oh my god. Holy shit. Okay, did anybody clip that shit? I think we do for cancer research, I agree. Actually, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. I mean, if you just get used to the zing of the Frank's Red Hot, it's actually not that bad. I don't know. Okay. Ugh. Okay, I can still taste the hot sauce. Oh my god. Did anybody clip that shit? Oh my god. Okay. Oh wait, that was horrible. that was horrible. Oh jeez. Yeah. Oh. Okay. 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 Yeah, I can still taste that shit. You want me to do it again? Maybe we'll do it again after like $350. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. Whew, that was something. Well, there's a first for everything, right? There's a first for everything. Oh my god, I ate like a full scoop of Breyer's ice cream with Frank's Red Hot. Put that shit on everything. Holy shit. And spicier than a corn video. You know what I'm saying? Damn. Yeah, I was originally supposed to put karaoke in there, but then I'm gonna get pinged by YouTube. Because I think that happened in the previous fundraiser, right? So yes, reached our third milestone of this wonderful fundraiser. Whew, okay. Yeah, thanks for the yeah. I'll send that clip to the I'll send that to Stand Up Builders. I'll send it to the Stand Up Builders Discord. Actually, I'm gonna send it right now. Thank you so much, Tickle, for helping me reach that our third goal. Okay, where's the clips channel? Okay, I'm gonna post it there. Oh, what the fuck? It's Gundam! Oh my god, it's Grunt? Is that... Holy shit. Oh, dude, you just missed it, dude. You just ate some freaking hot sauce with ice cream on it. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for the raid skis. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Where's Doggo? What were you doing today? I think we were here earlier in chat, right? But, what were you doing today? Yeah, I really did it. Yeah, you just missed it by a few moments, but there's a clip on that. You can check the clip. Mario 8 Deluxe. Okay, that's we're in ads, but we'll just wait till the ads are done. Up. And then thanks for the new follows. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Followers are anonymous though, but feel free to say hi. And feel free to just sit back and relax and watch me do some Gunpla. Yes, we are doing a fundraiser for stand-up builders right now. Maybe we'll do another ice cream thing if we reach like 350. But yes, here's a bit of a short video that about the whole fundraiser, why we're doing this. So before I introduce myself, by the way, we'll watch this video. So here. Watch the video while I put away this ice cream before it melts. So be right back. Hang on 1 second.
I stand up to cancer for those who continue fighting every single day.
I stand up to cancer for my family.
I stand up to cancer for the friends and family that have had to fight to live.
I stand up to cancer
to honor those we've lost and to help support those who are still fighting.
To give families and friends that opportunity to spend as much time together as they can.
I fundraise for Stand Up to Cancer as a survivor of cancer myself.
For my uncle, for my friends, to make the world a better place.
And my fellow stand-up builders.
We are standing up to cancer.
Because cancer almost took my life, but I'm still standing.
It's my dream that no one else has to go through what they went through.
That's why I'm standing up to cancer.
Because it has affected so many people that I love.
Because as a survivor, I want to give hope and a voice to other survivors.
Because its scourge can and will be stopped in our lifetime.
Because cancer sucks.
I stand up to cancer for survivors like me.
In honor of some of my mom's dear friends.
For my mom, for my grandmom.
For those that are just diagnosed.
For those who don't have anyone to fight for them.
And I stand up to cancer for my late grandmother, Mary.
For family members who had unfortunately lost their battle to cancer.
And our community who either have fought or are still fighting.
I hope you'll join me this August
to stand up to cancer.
We are doing our part
and build hope through the power of science.
Please help us raise money to fight this terrible disease.
Let's help end cancer.
I hope you join me and the rest of the builders as we stand up to cancer together.
I will be building Lego, but I will also be building hope.
Together we can make a difference.
Together we stand up to cancer.
Yes, indeed, we are standing up to cancer. Yes, and the team's current goal is at $175,000. But right now, the total team, the funds that they've raised so far is $63,000. So I think we already unlocked two milestone challenges for the team. So if you donate $10 or more, each $10 donation gets a chance to to win some special prizes. I think the ones that are already unlocked are, let's see. The ones that are unlocked so far are a $100 gift card. $100 gift card from Kitty for Lego by Kiwi Modulars, and custom Lego figures from minifigs.me. So the winners will be announced on September 1st. Yeah, winners will be contacted via email on September 1st if you donate like $10 or more. Yeah, I think that if you donate $10 or more, you get each $10 donation gets you like one entry to win one of these awesome prizes. So if you reach like $66,000, we will unlock another prize giveaway. So it's called it's gonna be a $256 gift card for Lego, which will be given away by who's that again? Bricks in the Six. So if you reach like $66,000, so the campaign will run from August 5th to August 15th. So very awesome stuff. And don't forget to check out the link donation at the very pinned comment in the chat on both Twitch and on YouTube. So use that link to donate. So yes, if we reach 400, our current goal right now, is at 400. So we are in the previous stream, we already bypassed our initial goal, which is $200. But right now we are aiming to get to $400. So if we reach $400, I will be doing a live learn, trying to learn how to dance Soda Pop, K-pop Demon Hunters, if we reach $400. So I think we're at like what, 334 right now? Yeah, 334.99 out of 400. So we're almost there. We are almost there. But for the raiders and for the new people in chat, let me introduce myself. My name is Sidney Kun. I usually build Gunpla, like what we're seeing right now. Right now we're building the Grandpa 2.0. Yeah, we're building Grandpa 2.0. Sometimes I do art as well. Sometimes I do multiplayer games and some retro games, and sometimes I'm just chatting. So please, let's welcome the raiders real quick. If you need to raid and run, I totally get it. But thank you so much for bringing your wonderful community today. But yes, Mario Kart, eh? I think we have some people in chat who are into Mario Kart as well. Okay, but yes, we're going to continue. I think we are going to raffle off another set of codes for what do you call that? Wait, do we do it today? Maybe we'll do it. Should we do it today or should we do it tomorrow on the next one on Sunday? Because I still have like 3 codes to give away for Frog Squad, which is another sponsor from our for this fundraising campaign. So it's like a multiplayer game. That's I think you up to 4 people get to be as frogs, and then you get to solve some puzzles. Yeah, I think I already gave away one of the codes. So I think we have I have 3 other codes to give away, which is pretty cool. Let's see. Yeah, maybe we'll do one in like the 3-hour mark, and then we'll probably have to. Let's see. Yeah, we'll do that. Let's see. Oh yeah, if you donate, if you check out the incentives, there's also incentives, some cheap incentives. Like for example, sorry. Oh man, I can still taste that hot sauce. What the fuck? So if you donate, there's still slots for drawing commissions. I think the full body commission's already taken. I think there's still 2 slots left for drawing a commission drawing for a character of your choice from the bust up, and then 1 slot left for half body. You can also make me eat some Filipino snacks. can also do some make me hug a body pillow for like 5 minutes. Yeah, make me wear a Canucks jersey, or wear a Vancouver Canucks jersey. And yeah, that's yeah, those are the awesome stuff you can do. Yeah, just check out the link in the top of the page. You know what, Tickle? I think I might be considering getting that Kamen Rider inspired thing that you shared with me once. Maybe I might consider it. I don't know. I'm very tempted to get it though, but it's just so freaking expensive. Oh man. Oh wait, we doing another one? I3. I3? What's I3? Oh, I3 is this one, right? Yeah. Somebody, okay, no, that's okay. I'm starting at the box. We'll get to it eventually. Okay. Oh, okay. Because I was gonna ask like what it's like, because I'm a huge fan of Kamen Rider though. I would love to get I would love to assemble that kit. It's just that it's so expensive. Unless if you can help me figure out where to get the best deals on that kit. I really don't want to build it though. Not gonna lie, I really do want to build it. Maybe get through some other 112 scale clothes as well. Okay, 3. Damn, we're almost at our next goal. Jeez. Water because of motorcycle. Yeah, the Kamen Rider theme was a huge plus. Yeah. I think I've only built like one Kamen Rider themed model kit, and that's the Shin Kamen Rider from I think Figure Rise. That's the only one that I built. Maybe I think I would. Maybe if I have time, maybe I want to replace the stickers. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, we're at 7 minutes. We are at 7 minutes until we give away the next code for Frog Squad. So if you would like to win base game plus DLC code for Frog Squad, please say something in chat. I think if you already said something in chat, then you're already automatically entered to the next draw. But you have to be I think you have to be present in order to win. F32. F32. Oh no, this is I. Fuck. I think our largest donation is like $110. What the fuck? That's nuts. Let's see. F32. Holy crap, I can still taste the hot sauce a little bit. Maybe I should have gotten something spicier. But yeah, I would love to build that. But doesn't that Kamen Rider thing, I think, does it have like a bonus stuff in it? I think it's like there's like a pre-order bonus on it where you have to like, there's like a scarf that's included and an extra facial expression that comes with that. Is that only for like pre-order, or is it like already there in certain resellers or certain stores from, let's say, AliExpress or something? Wait, I think did I do it? Yeah. Insert in proper direction. What does it say? Oh, it's supposed to be in this direction, right? I think we're supposed to fit it a certain way. I think that's because there's like a flat edge, right? There's like a flat edge somewhere here. And then you have to put it in the proper way. I think you're supposed to. Okay, let me find where the flat edge is. Let's see. Oh, shit! I forgot to turn it off. Thanks for the 5. I turned it off. Sorry, man. Thanks for the 5 bits. Yeah, I should have turned that thing off. But thanks anyway. But yeah, I'll just play the sound for you. But welcome in. It's Keep the Man. Thanks for the 5 bits. But yeah, I should have turned off the source. I don't know why it got turned on. But yeah, the reason why we turned it off is it's because of the, what do you call that? The charity thing. Because I want to make sure that I think we get it. I think we put your money to good use to go to the charity instead of towards me during the campaign. But thanks though. But thanks anyway. But how are you doing? It's so good to see you. So right now we're raising money for Stand Up to Cancer. So right now it's we raised like $334.99 out of my new goal, which is 400, because we smashed the 200 goal last time. And then when I think you just missed it, dude. I ate hot sauce with ice cream on it. But yeah, oh yeah, since you said hi in the chat, you are eligible to win Steam code. In the next 3 minutes, we are going to raffle off a code, a giveaway on Steam called the Frog Squad. It's like a multiplayer game. Maybe now's a good time to watch another trailer for Frog Squad. Anyway, yeah. Well, yeah. So everybody who said hi in chat is eligible to win. So let's go to the Frog Squad playthrough, and then let's see this one. Let's try this one. I'm gonna unmute this thing. Oh wait, 1 second. Wait, not that one. No, sorry. Let's try that again. Okay. I will. Okay. Let's see. That's only one frog though. Maybe we'll try another video. I don't like that one. Let's try. Hey, Squishy! It's good to see you. Yeah, we're just gonna show what do you call that? The gameplay of Frog Squad. Yeah, I think we're almost there. You just missed it. We passed the $300 mark. Okay, there we go. I think we're just gonna show some video footage. I'm gonna use the other screen. Yeah, and this is a game that you could win within the next few minutes, because we are going to raffle off this game, which is a co-op game. But since you already said hi in chat, you are eligible to win another code for Frog Squad. So if you look here, this is a game you could win, because they are one of the sponsors for this fundraiser. It's actually a fun game. If you'd like to collab, let me know, because I also have this game, and because everybody's who did this game got it. Everybody's doing this fundraiser gets a free copy. Yeah, it's actually quite fun. Yeah, let's just leave it at this view so you can see what the game is all about. So you get to play with a lot of people. I think it's like 4 players. for 8 players, I think.
It's not working.
Yeah, it's something that you could win.
I have no tongue and I must lick. Oh my god.
Oh shit. Look at all this deliciousness. Oh, I'm gorging myself. That's a bit...
Yeah, it looks very fun. Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, and I think I've seen gameplay of this, and it's actually quite fun if you play with friends. Yeah, Chaos Energy games. Yeah, me too. Oh, I think I put it in wrong. 1 second.
I'm on. Maybe this will count. Take me with you. This counts. This looks piercing.
You go speed the chunkiest frog. No, it actually depends on the map. Each map has its own set of challenges, so you're gonna have to work together to to finish all those challenges.
Okay, that's sick. I'm gonna let the King's Forbidden Zone.
I'm supposed to go.
Huh? Alright, I'm getting in the boat.
If you want to get on the boat, you must lick my forbidden zone.
They don't let you get in here! You can't get to the King's Forbidden Zone! Oh no! They walled it off!
I think it's supposed to be like this, I think. So yeah, it looks very fun. It looks very fun. Hang on, we're in the middle of ads, so we'll be right back. Ooh.
That's how babies are made. Oh my god.
Those are babies are made. Want to take a nap? Okay.
Where did you get an egg? Did you use a cigarette? What? It's broken. Oh, piece of shit. Get out of here. Oh, look at this. Look at this shit. Oh my god. Okay. We're eating good, Paul. Oh yeah. Look at that.
I think I'm supposed to put it in like this. But yeah, this is the main gist of the game, that you could win. But yes, let's raffle this off right now. Let's raffle this off right now. Gonna close that shit. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna have to add the squishy. Okay. Okay, guys, we're going to raffle off the next set of codes for Frog Squad, which you just saw earlier today. So I will message you. I will let me know if you're here, so you can redeem. If your name lands on there, let me know if you're here. Okay, let's see. Let's roll the wheel. Gonna give away 1 base game and 1 DLC. So do we have Cozy, Wolfstar, Flaming Hales, Grunts, Gunpla. Alright, let's go. Let's see who wins this. Let's see. Who will win code number 2? And it's Gutson! Gutson wins code number 2. Congratulations, Gutson. You won the base game and the DLC code for Frog Squad. Hell yeah, this is gonna be a fun collab. What the fuck? Okay, let's see. I think I have you on Discord, so I will message you the codes right now because I have you on my Discord. So let's see. Gutson is here. Let's see. Okay, I just sent it to you, Gutson. Congratulations. Okay. Yeah, maybe we'll just wrap up one part. I've been live for like 3 hours, but then we'll probably say hi to somebody else from stand-up builders. Let's see. I'm probably just gonna maybe we'll finish off the waste part and then we'll wrap things up for today. Maybe just finish these 2 pages. Let's see. Yeah, let's do another video. What the fuck? It's my bookmarks. Oh, okay, we'll do this one. Let's see. Okay, maybe I'll mute that. We'll continue on with 5 hearts under one roof. Okay, let's go. Let's continue on. Oops. Back to crafting. So, let's see. Oh yeah, we're supposed to do the next one, right? I4. Hey Shadow, how's it going? It's good to see you. Welcome in. Oh dude, you came in too late, dude. You could have gotten an entry to win that game. To if you said hi earlier, but whatever, it is what it is. Well, I gotta say hi. But don't worry. I have 2 other codes to give away for Frog Squad, but that's we're gonna give them away at a later date. So yeah, maybe tune in next time. I don't know if next stream is going to be tomorrow or Sunday. We'll see. But yeah, same game. Yes, exactly the same game. I'll be giving away another code for Frog Squad. So I have two more codes to give away. 2 sets of codes. So 1 for the base game and 1 for the DLC. And yeah, but how have you been? Are you watching this again with your handheld gaming console again, like last time? Yes. We are just F33. Where's F33? Oh, this one, right? Nah, phone today? Oh, okay, so you're just watching to the phone. Okay, it's all good. But yes, we are actually raising funds for cancer research for Stand Up to Cancer. So right now we're at 334.99 up to my new goal, which is 400. Funny birthday stream if I get time, not going out. Okay. Oh, happy birthday. Happy advanced happy birthday. Or belated, I don't know when your actual birthday is. You don't have to say when it is if you don't want to. What the fuck? Huh? Wait, where did I put I4? What the hell? Oh, it's on 30? Oh, okay. Happy birthday. Happy advanced happy birthday. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I think we might have to wrap this up soon. Okay. I found the piece that was looking for. Okay, let's see. And then until 100% 5 hearts under one roof, maybe. Maybe. I think this is part 2, if I'm not mistaken. Like, so many people have played this game. So which one's your most favorite dating sim among all the ones that Gutsen and RBZ have played? Is it 5 hearts under one roof? Is it Knowledge, Die Lady, or Love is All Around? Or is it Summer's Heartbeat that Gutsen recently finished? I think he has to like 100% it off stream, right? If I'm not mistaken. 5 hearts? I was height watching. Oh, really? Which one? The part 1 or part 2? Those are 2 of them, right? There are 2 of them? Okay, I think we're good. So this is like the skeleton of the base part over here. Tried Love is All Around and got platinum. Oh, hell yeah! Including the DLC? Is it including the DLC? Because I know Love is All Around as like a DLC, and then I think they just translated it into English, right? That's cool. DLC wasn't on PS4. Ah, that sucks. I'm pretty sure it was on Steam. But then I think originally it wasn't translated to English. And now it's on and now it's like I think it was released in English, I think. And then there's also Love is All Around Part 2, which is in a totally different timeline. Let's see. I-10? Yeah, hopefully, what have you planned so far on your birthday stream? Are you gonna play Asian dating sims again? Or is it just Pokemon today? Or maybe just some rivals? Marvel Rivals? Where are we at now? Oh, okay, we're still at 63,000. We are at 63,000. Okay, we have to align. So I-7 first. Okay, I think this one we might have to do one at a time. Just because oh, okay, so you're just doing Pokemon, right? Okay, that's fair. Oh man, these are really tiny parts. Okay, I think we have to cut these cleanly so as to do it like this, right? I'm gonna cut these off, right? Okay. Okay, then I think we gotta rotate it to the proper way, right? Okay, let's see. Let's see. Who's Gutsen's favorite waifu in 5 Hearts? Is it Malsuk? If I remember correctly. Oh wait, this is I8. What part did I cut? What the fuck? Oh, I8. Okay, 8. Okay. The Korean one. Why 1 gold? Oh, what can I use it for? I don't know yet. Cozy, because I don't like. I haven't even really implemented it yet for a long time. But since I think if you usually win Battle Royale, I'll just you're in chat, what I usually do. I just allow you to hang out with me for a little bit. There we go. But how's it going, RBZ? It's good to see you. Welcome in. Let me give a proper shouty to Mr. RBZ. How was Rivals, by the way? I think the new season just came out, right? So yeah. Mostly bounced from the avatars. Yeah, oh, okay, I see. But how was it? How was Marvel? How's the new season so far? Because I'm quite curious. Because a new character just came out, right? I don't know what his name is. But oh, you're welcome. Yeah, we just had like 2 different giveaways for code on Steam. Oh, the hood, like the boys in the hood. But yeah, welcome in. I think it's kind of like the Reaper, right? It kind of gives me the Reaper vibes in Overwatch, because I think Curious Black Cat knows who Reaper is because she plays Overwatch, right? Maybe it's kind of similar to that. And then he speaks Spanish, right? I think I remember because I was lurking in your stream before I think I was in your stream. Guessing Ghoulie is trying to what do you call that? Unlock some of the summer skins. That's what Ghoulie likes when he's not with Starlight. But don't play Overwatch, I'm not sure. That's all good, it's all good. Yeah, I think he likes... Yeah, we all know Ghoulie likes the Gunner games like Marvel Rivals and Stellar Blade. Is that right?
Oh, yes, Daddy.
Oh, yes, Daddy, indeed. So yeah, I think we're past the $300 mark now. So we're inching closer towards our $400 goal. Slowly but surely getting there. Damn, it's 6:30 already. Man, how long have I been live for? Like over 3 hours? Damn. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So, what do you think, RBZ? What the dating sim should I play? I know you keep suggesting Love Is All Around, right? The first one. Maybe I should play that first. Maybe not the 5 Hearts Under One Roof. It's one of those something special if we Hooked on You. Up to you. Okay. Wait, Hooked on You. Is that an Dream Daddy? What's that? Is that a dating sim? Is that the Asian dating sim? Because I want to do something. Maybe we can do another goal, or maybe do something for the 900 followers celebration, because we surpassed 900 followers in the previous fundraiser stream, which is pretty cool. Okay, maybe do 5 hearts. The first one, and then we'll do the second one. Maybe. Let's see. Let's see. E11. What's E11? E11. Where's that? How is it? Which one do you recommend? Which one of the 2 should I check out first, Cozy? Okay, let's see. So yeah, RBZ, we actually gave out the 2 different codes for Frog Squad. So Sub-Zero Tundra won the first one, and then Gutsen won the second code for Frog Squad. So yeah, maybe we might do a collab in the future, because I do have the game. Because everybody from the stand-up builders gets a free copy. Yeah. So maybe we'll do a collab. And then I also know a bunch of people who also have the game but are not part of the fundraiser. So maybe I'll ask them if they want to play too. Oh, you gave him a Frog Squad code? Because he won the raffle, dude. Yeah, he won the raffle. If he doesn't want to redeem it, he can give it to somebody else. Yeah, because there was a raffle. But if he didn't get the DLC yet, yeah, he can redeem the DLC he can redeem the DLC code. If he doesn't have the DLC, he can redeem the DLC. And then give the base code to somebody else. Maybe they'll give it to Herb, I guess. Then we can do like a collab or something. Yeah, maybe Gutson can redeem the DLC, which has like cosmetics and stuff like that. And then he can give the code to somebody else. Maybe give it to Herb or whatever, or whoever. Nero, Gutson, and Black Cat. Okay. Yeah, then Gutson can just get the DLC. Wait. Depends on Steam. Okay. Black Cat motion sickness. Oh, damn, that sucks. But yeah, they're actually one of the sponsors of the fundraiser. That's a custom problem now. Yeah, you can just give the code to somebody. Or I don't know. It depends on what it wants to do. Whatever. Let's see. Have you played it? No, I haven't had the chance to play it, but I've seen other people play it. It looks quite fun, actually. I think they had a lot of fun with it. Let's see. Oh wait, we're supposed to put them down like this? Eh? Wait, I don't get it. Yeah, it's supposed to be right. Wait, I'm a bit confused. It's supposed to be like this? Yeah, it's supposed to be like that. Okay, there we go. No, I think it's supposed to push this up this way. It's a bit difficult. Keep going. Yeah. Oh, really? Interesting. But yeah, everybody from Stand Up Builders gets a copy. Let's see. And then I2. Yeah, everybody gets a free copy. I think some of the organizers, some of the coordinators of the fundraiser have played it live just to see what it's like. So yeah, if you reach, I think you missed it, RBZ. I actually ate ice cream with hot sauce when we reached like 300. Yeah, I think somebody clipped it where I ate ice cream with hot sauce with Frank's Red Hot. Put that shit on everything. Yeah, that was one of the. Yeah, because I think my high school friend tried it and it's like, okay, I'm curious what it tastes like. And then we're going. I tried it on stream, and we reached that donation goal. So when we reach for 100, we will do. I will live learn how to dance Soda Pop by the Saja Boys when we reach 400. There's also other incentives too, so let's see. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be like this, right? Huh? Okay, E11. Where's E? Oh, there it is. But yeah, how is everything else at RBZ? How are the gigs going? And I think I'm guessing you're probably gearing up for TwitchCon. And I think you hung out with the Gutson earlier this year, right? I think. Not exactly sure. There we go. Or is it Gutson that hung out with the other people? That hung out with them about a week ago? Oh, cool. What did you guys do? Did you just go to Korean barbecue? Or just went to, let's say... Oh! Shit, okay. Still good, still good, still good. I got it. If we can cut it properly. There we go. Eat chicken, just walk around downtown Disney. Okay. Damn. I haven't been to Disney in such a long time. I would love to go back one of these days, but I know it's probably freaking expensive right now. And I think there's like there's another strike again in one of our airline carriers. I think the cabin crew that had like the union had like another strike again, but I think they reached a tentative agreement. I think they haven't been having strikes here and there. I think the nurses union had a strike a few weeks ago, and then now like the airline cabin crew had like strike. I think the railroad workers had a strike recently. I don't know, forgot when. Is the free park at the... Oh, okay, so it's just the free part. Okay, so it's just like shops, restaurants, and that's it. I'm guessing it's downtown Disney. And I won. There we go. There we go. I think we're good. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. What are the main highlights in downtown Disney? I'm curious. I just want to make sure that I'm not doing anything that I should not be doing. So this looks like this is the front. Okay. And then this is supposed to go... I think this is supposed to go... Where? Oh, it's supposed to... Oh, okay. Huh? Okay, this is confusing as fuck. I think it's supposed to go here? No, wait, it's supposed to go here. Okay. Oh, okay, I think I see it. I think I see where this is supposed to go. I think it's supposed to go this way. Okay. I think this is good. Okay, let's see. What else? But yeah, I haven't been to Disney in such a long time. I think the last time I went to Disney was in Florida. I went to Florida. I think for Disney World. I think we went to Disney World and Epcot Center. Those were the last. That's probably the last time that I went to Disney. No, actually no, I lied. The last time I actually went to Disney was in Disney Sea in Tokyo. That was the last time I went to Disney. The Disney Sea. Because it's a very unique Disney park. Smaller than your typical Disney park. And pretty much everything is based on water. That's why it's called Disney Sea. Like a lot of things are... I think a lot of the rides are like water, have water in it. I think they replaced the It's a Small World with... I think Sinbad. The Adventures of Sinbad. I think they replaced It's a Small World with Sinbad because... I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why they replaced it. But I know that it's in Japanese, so I can really understand what was going on. Oh, I cut the wrong part again. Fuck. It's okay. I'll just put it here. I cut I-31. Okay, it's okay. I'll just clean it up and then we'll get the proper parts in for this. And then we'll just do something else. F31. Yeah, we'll just leave it in the container here. F31. F31 is this one, right? Yeah, I think we'll just wrap up the waste and then we'll raid out to somebody. We'll raid out to another stand-up builder. Let's see how far they are at their current goal, and then we can raid out to them. Another stand-up builder. But we did pretty good though. We made pretty good progress towards our next goal of 400. So we went through our initial goal of actually not our initial goal. We went through our initial goal of 200, and then we went through 300. So which is pretty awesome. And now we're almost at our 400 goal. So if we reach 400, then yeah, I will live learn Soda Pop. How to choreograph Soda Pop by the Saja Boys. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's done. But yeah, I hope everybody's having a wonderful start of the weekend. What's everybody's weekend plans? Me, I'll probably go running, and then not sure what my other plans are. Maybe we'll... I don't know, maybe... Yeah, I'm going to my running group in the morning and then visit my parents. I might have to help them out like later tonight too. Let's see. I think that's okay. Slightly fit. Okay, maybe we're not doing that. I9. Oh, this one. I think we're gonna... Yeah, after we finish the waste, we can wrap up stream. And then we're gonna raid another stand-up builder. Oh yeah, well, I haven't played the video in a bit. maybe let's play the video again for Stand Up to Cancer, like why we're doing this. So to the people who are lurking. So let's play this video again.
I stand up to cancer for those who continue fighting every single day.
I stand up to cancer for my family.
I stand up to cancer for the friends and family that have had to fight to live.
I stand up to cancer
to honor those we've lost and to help support those who are still fighting.
To give families and friends that opportunity to spend as much time together as they can.
I fundraise for Stand Up to Cancer as a survivor of cancer myself.
For my uncle, for my friends, to make the world a better place.
And my fellow stand-up builders.
We are standing up to cancer.
Because cancer almost took my life, but I'm still standing.
It's my dream that no one else has to go through what they went through.
That's why I'm standing up to cancer.
Because it has affected so many people that I love.
Because as a survivor, I want to give hope and a voice to other survivors.
Because its scourge can and will be stopped in our lifetime.
Because cancer sucks.
I stand up to cancer for survivors like me.
In honor of some of my mom's dear friends.
For my mom, for my grandmom.
For those that are just diagnosed.
For those who don't have anyone to fight for them.
And I stand up to cancer for my late grandmother, Mary.
For family members who had unfortunately lost their battle to cancer.
And our community who either have fought or are still fighting.
I hope you'll join me this August
to stand up to cancer.
We are doing our part and build hope through the power of science.
Please help us raise money to fight this terrible disease.
Let's help end cancer.
I hope you join me and the rest of the builders as we stand up to cancer together.
I will be building Lego, but I will also be building hope.
Together we can make a difference.
Together we stand up to cancer.
Ah, crap, I was muted the entire time. Shit. It's okay. Okay. It's okay. Yeah. But it's okay. We didn't miss out on much though. So, just finishing up this thing. Okay, there we go. I think we've just added the skirts here. So I think that's good. Oh wait, I forgot to add these steps. Oh, okay, hang on. Yeah. Yeah, I forgot to add, I forgot to do these. Okay, let's do this one first. Let's see. So you have to do the C16 first. Oh look, it's Gran, the best waifu. 5 hearts under one roof. I mean, who doesn't like Gran? Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, I kind of remember it's negated. Oh shit! Oh my god. Okay, I thought I... Okay, there we go. Come on. Put this one first. And then we do B13 and A3. B13, where's B13? Oh, this one. Okay. Okay, there we go. There we go. think we're just gonna add. I just have to be really careful here. Okay, maybe we should probably file it a bit. Make sure it fits. Okay, I think we're getting there. Okay, and then we can put this in like this. Okay, and that's good. Undergate. Okay, C17. Where's C17? This one, right? Oh, look at Gran. Okay, we're getting there. Yeah, we're getting there. Yeah. Let me see. Let me cycle through who's live. There's probably going to be a lot of people live right now. I want to see if I can help somebody who's still far from their goal. Maybe we can help. Maybe we can raid towards them. Okay, let's see. What's it like this? Okay, maybe this is for like a stand or something, or maybe we need to mount weapons. It's supposed to be like this, right? You have to push it in as far as we can go. It's not. I don't feel like it's far enough. Yeah, I think we have to push it in a little bit more. Oh shit. Hang on, let's take this out first. Not sure what's going on here. Not sure why this is not working. Oh wait, it's this. Huh? Sorry, I'm just as confused as you are. There, and it's supposed to go up like this, right? Yeah, this is tough. I'd have to sand this a little bit more. Profile this a little bit more. Okay, I think that's good. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, now we gotta do the front skirts. 15 and 14 first, right? Okay, there we go. Hey, 33, welcome in. Oh my god, I haven't seen you in ages. How's it going? It's good to see you. You missed a few things, but you missed out on some giveaways, but don't worry. There's gonna be more on the next charity streams that are coming in the next few days. But how are you? Guys, probably missing 33. Wait. Trinity. Yeah, Trinity, right? Trinity 33. But how are you doing? But yes, yeah, we are actually building Gunpla for Stand Up to Cancer. And it's actually for Stand Up Builders, which is their 5th straight year doing this campaign. But I hope you're doing great. So yeah, I don't think you've seen the video yet, right? For the Stand Up Builders for their 5th year campaign. So right now they've raised as a team over 64k, and my personal goal, I think we already passed our original goal of 200, but now we're at like 334.99 out of 400. So you missed it when we reached 300. Yeah, you missed it. That I actually ate ice cream with hot sauce in it, and that's like that tasted quite interesting. Not gonna lie. But yeah, you missed it. But somebody clipped it, so you can watch the clips later. Don't you worry. But I hope you're doing great. I hope the games have been doing great. I think you've been playing some Helldivers. I think you've been playing some Genshin. You know, guys. What's it like? I don't know. It's cold, and it can taste a sense of zing. That the aftertaste, you can really feel it for a long time. Even now, I think I can still feel the aftertaste. Plus, I mix a caramel ice cream with Frank's Red Hot sauce. Because I put that shit on everything. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's I don't know. I should have gotten a different hot sauce though, but it is what it is. But then again, I had a friend told me he recommends like Frank's Red Hot over Tabasco. And I think he's right. But yes, I hope you're doing great. What have you been up to? If you don't mind me asking. But yes, we're raising funds for Stand Up to Cancer. I will stop the music for a minute. I don't think you've seen the video yet, but I'll show you the video right now.
I stand up to cancer for those who continue fighting every single day.
I stand up to cancer for my family.
I stand up to cancer for the friends and family that have had to fight to live.
I stand up to cancer
to honor those we've lost and to help support those who are still fighting.
To give families and friends that opportunity to spend as much time together as they can.
I fundraise for Stand Up to Cancer as a survivor of cancer myself.
For my uncle, for my friends, to make the world a better place.
And my fellow stand-up builders.
We are standing up to cancer.
Because cancer almost took my life, but I'm still standing.
It's my dream that no one else has to go through what they went through.
That's why I'm standing up to cancer.
Because it has affected so many people that I love.
Because as a survivor, I want to give hope and a voice to other survivors.
Because its scourge can and will be stopped in our lifetime.
Because cancer sucks.
I stand up to cancer for survivors like me.
In honor of some of my mom's dear friends.
For my mom, for my grandmom.
For those that are just diagnosed.
For those who don't have anyone to fight for them.
And I stand up to cancer for my late grandmother, Mary.
For family members who had unfortunately lost their battle to cancer.
And our community who either have fought or are still fighting.
I hope you'll join me this August
to stand up to cancer.
We are doing our part and build hope through the power of science.
Please help us raise money to fight this terrible disease.
Let's help end cancer.
I hope you join me and the rest of the builders as we stand up to cancer together.
I will be building Lego, but I will also be building hope.
Together we can make a difference.
Together we stand up to cancer.
Yes, I hope you enjoyed that one. Yeah, so yeah, this is our most ambitious year yet. Oh, you're eating dinner and just watching TV? Okay, that's cool, that's cool. What did you have for dinner? Did you bring in enough for everybody in chat? Nah, just kidding. Let's see, 11. Did you bring enough for everybody in chat? Enough dinner for everybody? And what you watching? Don't mind me asking. Okay, let me see. Is this undergated? No, it's not undergated. So yeah, I think if you make a $10 donation, you have a chance to win some of the giveaways that are already unlocked. I think there's like a $100 gift card and then custom Lego figures. You get a chance to win, and then the winners will be announced September 1st. Veggie soup and dipping bread. Okay, that sounds nice. Yeah, it's very... Yeah, I think it's a very good dinner, especially if you're sick, right? So that's actually quite good. Let's see. I'm just gonna put this here. There we go. And then we'll do the other one as well. The other skirt. Yeah, I think I might have some leftover lamb for dinner. Yeah, I'm capped in yearly donation. You plan it 1 year ahead. Oh, okay, that's fair. That's fair. But if you can just tell other people about it. Tell other people about the Stand Up Builders campaign. It's gonna run until August 15. But you being here actually helps too, because it brings up the. Hopefully, it will help in Twitch's algorithm, I guess. But it's all good though. I'm still glad you're here though. Yeah, we're close to 400. Close to my second goal, which is 400. Tiltify. Yeah, it's it's in the Tiltify. Yeah, it's in. Is the about page for? Yeah, I think it's on Tiltify. Yeah, if you look at the Tiltify, I think my campaign is actually a sub campaign for the whole stand-up builders campaign. So yeah, I think there's an about page for it. I don't know. I think I'm not too familiar with a lot of the Tiltify stuff, because a lot of the things that were introduced to me are quite new. Oh, there you go. You can do. There's other stuff too that Stream Elements bot is putting in. I'll do more research on it and plan out on it. Okay, that's yeah. Don't worry about it. Yeah, yeah, sounds good. Yeah, just plan more about it and then do more. Actually, the Stand Up to Cancer Twitch account actually passed by my last stream, and they were giving some hype and support. And I'm glad. I think they were like a lucky charm because we surpassed our goal, our initial goal of $200. Yeah, this is pretty nice. Again. Wait, I think it's this one. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, because my mom is actually a cancer survivor. That's why I'm doing this campaign, because yeah, my mom's a cancer survivor, and then she's been in remission for several years now, thanks to the current research and technology that we currently have. I'm very grateful for that. However, I think I know people that are still struggling, and the treatments are not working anymore. So we need more research to help out. Okay, I think it's probably a 13. Oh shoot, where did it go? Yeah, I think this is the 2 more pieces, and then we'll raid out to another stand-up builder. We're gonna raid out to another stand-up builder after this. So we're just gonna. Sorry, Grand, but we're gonna deal with you next time. Actually, 4 more pieces rather. I lied. 4 more pieces. Oh crap! I didn't clean up the panel lines on this thing. Okay, I'll probably I need to clean up the panel lines. Okay, I'll put this here first. I'll... Wait, I think there are 3 places that are unnegated. Really? C11, C12. Okay. Oh wait, it's not this one. I already cut it out. What treatments were involved? Oh, for my mom? I think that's surgery. Yeah, I think my mom had like surgery to get rid of stuff. Fortunately, she did not need... I'm not sure if she got chemo, but I know for sure she did not have to lose any hair. For sure. But I think it was detected... Fortunately, it was detected early. So they were able to treat it right away. To treat it the least amount of invasiveness. So I don't think there was chemo because she still had hair. She still has hair. Let me just although my acquaintance's friend is not so lucky, though. I think he's had like several. He's been diagnosed with several cancer, including leukemia. I think it's like different kinds of cancer. I think he's had several surgeries, several chemo, and now I think apparently none of the treatments are working anymore, which is quite sad. So we don't know how long he's got left. So what my acquaintance is doing right now is just spending as much time with his brother as much as he can before before it happens. But yeah, I'm sure with the hopefully with the whatever I hope that whatever research would come out in the future would help somebody like him. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Yeah, what was surgery? My mom had breast cancer. I don't remember. I think exactly where, but I think they just removed stuff. She didn't really tell me where, but yeah, it was breast cancer for sure. Anyway, 1 second. Let me just fix something real quick. But yeah, then the recovery was pretty long too. The recovery was quite long. Like she couldn't do much for a very long time while recovering from the surgery and such. But I think we're almost done with this thing. Just need to get rid of some stuff, and then we can do 2 more parts, and then we can raid out of here. Okay. There we go. Let's see. But yeah, once is always growing and aging, sometimes they mutate. Oh yeah, I totally see that. Let's see. What else? 14 and 13? 14 and 13. Okay, got it. Oh man. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to sort out all the technical issues that are plaguing my Stream Deck. It's been success in stem cell research. Yeah, reverse, so they remember the original cell. Okay, yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think yeah, I'm glad they're having advances in stem cell research too. Yeah, I think Family Guy briefly talked about stem cell research or something, and then Peter said, "Why aren't we funding this?" I think that's one thing I remember from Family Guy. So in the future, less surgery, maybe just injection. Yeah, I hope so. Oh wait, oh wait, it's a certain shape. Okay, that makes sense. There's only one way to fit this thing in anyway. Okay, there we go. And then we'll just do this one and then we'll raid out. We'll try to cross the $400 goal next stream. I'm sure we can do it. Oh yeah. Cheers, thank you. Yeah, I think we're almost there. Almost at that $400 goal. Plus, we already surpassed the $200 goal initially. So maybe next time we'll do the 400. We'll reach 400. We'll see. Okay, that's done. I'll close this off for now, and then we'll attach it to Grandpa. And voila! This is our current progress so far. So we have the head, the core fighter, which is attached to the main torso. The main torso, the backpack. Not the backpack kid, that's a different thing. And then this is the waist. So yes, we made some really good progress today. Sure, a lot more than the last one, because the last one's pretty chaotic though. Let me just cut off some extra shit. But yes, that's it. I think we're just gonna wrap up for today. We'll see if we can cross the 400 next time, but at least I'm glad we crossed like the 300 threshold, which is pretty neat. Okay, we're just gonna get the hell out of here. This is Grandpa 2.0. I think the next time we are going to work on the arms. Okay, so at least it explains how to bend this thing, right? So you can bend it. There are two ways to bend it. So A. Huh? Shit. They got something? Oh my god. Oh, okay, I think I fucked something up. But it's okay. I can just get another 2.0. It's okay though, but this is so confusing as fuck. Okay, get another 2.0. Okay, might have to work on this off stream then. This is so confusing. But anyway, we'll just leave it at that. But okay, maybe we're not supposed to bend it like this. And then we can bend it like that. Okay. Okay, anyway, well, I'll think about it off stream. But for those of you who are watching on YouTube, thank you so much for tuning in. I think, well, I'll have to figure out though what's going on with this. I might have to get another Grandpa 2.0 kit, but I don't know, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But just study what's going on here. But for those of you who are watching on YouTube, goodbye and ciao for now.